Councillors, I'm going to open the meeting at 5:30. Thank you. Welcome everybody to the June meeting and the members of the gallery this evening. Due to the current COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with social distancing requirements, the June 2021 Ordinary Council meeting will have limited access for members of the public to attend. The meeting will be live streamed via Zoom webinar facilities. A link to the council meeting will be available via the council website. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused or transmitted without the prior consent of the General Manager. The meeting is being recorded and made publicly available on council's website, and persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Council acknowledges that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug people and respects the history and culture of the elders both past and present. We open with prayer by Councillor Capel. All stand please.
Heavenly Father, we meet again as a council this evening. As we do, we ask for your guidance, wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to nurture our community as we make decisions on their behalf. Continue to remind us that all we do here tonight is for the service of our community. We ask these things in your name.
Thank you, Councillor Capel. Item 4, councillors, record of attendance. We have an application this evening from Councillor Lyon that a leave of absence be approved due to a death in the family. Can I have someone to move that way, please? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Capel, thank you. All in favour? Councillors, due to the amount of business to be considered at this evening's meeting, council will rise at approximately 8 o'clock for a 10-minute comfort break. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Page 6, Councillor McKechnie.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I've a objection, or I've submitted an objection in concerning item 13.12. So non-pecuniary investment significance, so I'll leave it.
Thank you, councillor. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor McKibben.
Madam Mayor, just in relation to 13.14, the same declaration I made at the previous meeting. I know it wasn't noted in the minutes, but to note it again that I have returned my water card, so I no longer have a interest, I believe, in that decision.
Thank you, councillor. Any other conflict declarations of interest, councillor? Thank you. Page 7, councillors, item 6, presentations. This evening we welcome Chris Mills from Central West Project Management, who will provide a presentation to council in relation to the Oberon Community Hub project. We will allow Mr. Milne to go through the slideshow and then we'll open up the questions after that. Thank you, Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me tonight. Just move on. I'd like to just firstly introduce myself, Chris Milne. I'm the Managing Director of Central West Project Management. The photos that you can see are a couple of projects that we've been involved in. Over the last 6 years, we've delivered about 16 projects, most of them in the regions. Recently completed Mudgee Hospital in the top left. YMCA Wellness Centre in Broken Hill, which is a wonderful centre, and we've had some of the benefits for that down here in Oberon. The two on either side at the bottom are actually ambulance stations, of which we delivered 24 across the state, and the central photo is Mudgee Hospital under construction. Thanks, Sharon. The objective to so there's a little bit of some of the background to what we do. Specialists in social infrastructure, particularly. It's a local business. I live in Oberon and have our head office is in Bathurst. And we're really looking to quality outcomes within budget, fit for purpose, and safely delivered with long-term maintainability. So there are targets in any project we're going to. Thanks, Sharon. As far as an update for the project, obviously the business case was approved in December late last year. We were appointed in mid-April 2021. We've been reviewing the development and procurement strategy for the project, obtained quotations for the design team to actually develop the principal's project requirements, and commence the due diligence investigation. So to date, the things that are listed there, we've had a survey of the site, internal and external, some geotechnical investigations undertaken. With the engineering department, we've actually located the services and identified capacity, looked at the building condition and an asbestos inspection within the existing buildings. Thank you. I just wanted to talk briefly about the design and construction procurement process. The process that was proposed within the council's business case was a design and construct process, and that I think is appropriate for this project. It very much assigns the design and construct to risk to the council, to the contractor. And I think that's appropriate. This is a reasonably straightforward building. However, it is important that we understand exactly what we want, the specifics of the project, the layouts, the finishes, the quality of the finishes, and so on. The contractor will assign a risk premium in dollars to the project based on the level of clarity and information that we can give them at the time of tender. The more information we can give them so that they actually can de-risk their tenders, the better price we will get, and we won't just be paying for unreasonable risk in their tenders. As part of the risk mitigation, sorry, that camera right in the middle. The risks mitigated by providing appropriate information for tender. The clarity, as I've said, about the site conditions by undertaking the due diligence we talked about, and clearly defined principles, project requirements. Things we're talking about are the objectives. There is an initial design that was done, a very concept design that came through the business case. We would just review that, develop that, and look at the scope definition, the services requirements, the quality of the finishes, the functionality of the building, and the FF&E, the fit out, furniture, fittings and equipment that go into the building. But also looking at the master planning principles of the located car parks, access to the main street and so forth. And all of that gives a very full picture of what the project is. Also the planning constraints and approvals. So part of that initial process will be to develop the DA, submit the DA and get that approval process underway whilst we're finalising at that stage of the design and also putting the project out to tender. Thanks, Sharon. So the proposed approach is to undertake the due diligence. We've talked about that. Appoint an architect and other design professionals to actually develop the principal's project requirements and the development of the approved concept design. We're not proposing to change that design radically or anything like that, but we do need to have a good look at the buildings that are there, make sure that they work. We need to have a look at the layouts and just ensure that they actually do work and they're appropriate. Resolve the internal layouts and actually just some further development of those with the specialists, with the librarians at council. A couple of big cost issues are the roof treatment and the facade development. With the roofs, at the moment, we're going to end up joining roofs with potentially a lot of box gutters or internal gutters, which obviously in Oberon, when we get snow, is not a great thing. So we'll need to actually have a look at the buildings, have a look at the roofs and determine the best way forward. And then give a recommendation to council at that stage when we go and have the tender documents ready. And as I say, we appoint other consultants to provide performance specifications as required. So we're not proposing to develop full designs for all of those various areas, particularly around the services, identify the needs, identify what we need to provide, and then develop a performance specification, which the design and construct contractors will respond to. Next show. So the proposed approach is to de-risk the tender, as I've talked about, confirming the scope, develop a suitable suite of documents for tender so that we're very clear about what we're asking the builders to tender for. It's defined, it forms the basis of the contract, it's the line in the sand, if you like, and then put that out for tender. The design's an iterative process, so the initial tender the initial design that was done when the concept was put together is the first step. What we're proposing to do now is the next step along. That's a progressive activity, so none of what we're doing at the moment is lost or will be respent. As I say, it's not a redundant investment, reduces the cost of finalisation that the builder will in fact take on, and we really work towards de-risking the process and the project. And it facilitates management of the budget. So at each stage of the design and at each step along the way, we'll actually monitor and develop the budget, establish, not the budget, but the cost, and ensure that we are operating within budget. And utilise the GC21 contract, which is a standard New South Wales government contract, which we've used extensively and is the guidance from the government for this type of project moving forward. Thanks. This diagram sets out to really show the process. Funny enough. The top line is complete. The central section is what we're proposing to undertake over the next couple of months, and ultimately go to an expression of interest from the D&C contractor. And why we're proposing that is to actually establish a small group of contractors that can show us that they have the skill set and the ability and to actually deliver this project. If we went out to open tender, we could you could get any number of different contractors in to price this, and that could be a house builder who doesn't have the capability to actually deliver a project like this. We're actually looking for people with expertise and track records in this sort of project. The $3 million project is a good sized project. And you have all of the issues of a larger project, and unless we manage that effectively and keep control over the process, then you have the chance that it will actually go off track. So the process really is to get a short list of contractors. We put the tender documents together into the D&C tender, and then we go out to a selective list of contractors, I beg your pardon, to get the tender. Once they've submitted a tender, it's assessed on a price and non-price basis, and then we go into the delivery process. Okay, so the benefits of what we're talking about is that we de-risk the tender for council, identify suitably experienced contractors, increase confidence to deliver quality and functionality within program, in budget and safely. And this is a very high profile project for council, so the safety is really very important. And that's from the external point of view, that the public don't go wandering on the site. It's controlled in that regard, but also that the contractor actually understands that it's a no harm project. We don't want anybody hurt on the project. We monitor any incidents or accidents, and we want a zero LTI scenario at the end of the day. Increased industry commitment to a competitive response. If we have a dozen open tenders coming in, then no one will actually put enough work in to really make sure it's key, because it's not a level playing field. So we're proposed, by bringing it down to 4 tenderers, then you actually get a level playing field, and you can be sure that they'll actually put the effort into pricing it. One of the other things I think, particularly around this funding, is that the desire is that it actually benefits the local community, and to date we've put an expression of interest out on the council's website in the paper to identify local subcontractors and small contractors who have the ability and capacity to actually work on the project. And we need to look after those local contractors through the processes that we have in hand, so that they don't end up getting ripped off. We're not going to buy into contractual issues between the builder and his subby, but we do want to make sure that our local contractors are taken advantage of, and that's very important along the way. As far as the project timeline, so the design teams prepare the PPRs, and that's happening during June and July. We prepare and submit the development application July, August. That development application will be assessed through August to an expectation of around about October. Prepare the design and construct tender documents in July and August. The tender award would be planned for September. That's the likelihood that we'll get the new council in place at that time, and design construction of the hub during October through to about August 22. And that includes an allowance. And we're confident about that delivery time. It looks fine, but ultimately that will be made evident by the contractor who actually prices it and wins the project. And then operational in August next year. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Sorry, that was pretty quick, but
That's okay. Thank you, Chris. Any questions here, councillors? Councillor Kibble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chris. Look, it looks a very thorough process, I have to say, evaluation. One of the things I've noted is somewhere in the papers that it indicates that it's intended that our architect, in enhancing the concept design, will basically have done 80% of the design. It's what somewhere in the papers it is indicated that that's about the level. So if we're, and I fully appreciate we're de-risking this project to give our the companies tendering for the design and construct as much information as possible. But if we've actually done what amounts to 80%, and even if we say in our request for tender that all this information is provided for information only, and the tenderer should rely on their own inquiries and not rely on this information, etc. The normal wording. I would have thought, and at the same time, obviously, we're trying to de-risk the tender for the tenderers. I think it's going to be a bit of a moot point as to this reliance on an 80% design and how much we'll actually could avoid risk. I'm not saying that we will avoid risk, but if we're actually providing them that much of the design, 80%, and I fully agree with that because it does de-risk the project for the design and construct contractor. It's good for them to have all the information. But by doing that, we may inadvertently be placing some risk on the council, albeit I think it's very small. So you can provide them with nothing and say, rely on everything yourself and do it, and then you pass the risk completely over to them. Which I don't think is the ideal situation. But I think we have to appreciate that by doing so much of the work ourselves in-house, or let's say with our independent architect, that we probably bear some of the risk of. So I'm not certainly suggesting we shouldn't do it otherwise, but I just think as a council, we have to bear that in mind.
You always have some risk.
Yeah, that's right.
And there's nothing you can do about that, but it's about mitigating the risk through this process. I believe that's the best way to do it.
I'm not suggesting, as I said, anything. No.
I did agree.
What sort of, on our architect and on the design and construct contractor, let's start with the architect. And it's probably less of an issue, but could be if something is designed, obviously, which has a latent issue. What sort of warranty requirements and latent defects requirements are we putting on our architect and our design and construct contractor?
The design and construct contractor takes responsibility for the design at the point of contract.
Yes.
The contractor takes responsibility for what do you mean by latent conditions? So a design issue or something like that.
Could be a design issue, could be something like we have a warranty period of, let's say, 12 months. Something arises 4 years later, which could be, or 5 years later, could be concrete cancer, for instance, something like that.
There's the GC21 has a post-completion period of 12 months where they're held liable for any defects that are identified during that time. There are also warranties within the contract that actually we can draw upon for the warranty period, something like concrete, and they will be 25 years or so.
I can't recall if there's a latent defect condition in GC 21. Because some contracts they do.
It's generally dealt with within the warranties. Within the warranties, yeah, and subcontract warranties as well as the contractor given the warranty.
So are we asking all subcontractor warranties to correspond with the head contract GC 21?
Generally, subcontract warranties have a particular period, and we take some advice probably from our learnings out of health, where we've actually done a number of projects with health, and they do vary across particular trades.
Sometimes you can ask the subcontractor, the head contractor gets his subcontractors to Brian the same warranties as required.
Yeah, look, and ultimately we have a contract with the head contractor,
Yeah.
so that's where we'll start.
Yeah.
But there is a requirement in there for subcontract warranties as well, and then you get material warranties. So for argument's sake, mine would well be 15 to 20 years. So there's a number of different answers to that question. But yes, there's reasonableness in any contract, and within reasonableness, and as it's written in the contract, they'll be held liable to that.
Any other questions, councillor? Councillor Joni?
Just a information following Councillor Kibble's thoughts. Certification will be by us.
The discussions that we've had today are that certification will be done by council through the planning development department.
So that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, councillors? None. Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate you coming in and doing the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good night. Thank you. Good night. Okay, councillors, page 7, item 7, questions from the public. Public gallery is open to members of the community with social distancing requirements in place. Any questions from the public will only be able to be asked in person. Members of the public who submit a question to council are permitted to do so, providing the following guidelines are adhered to. The person lodging the question must advise of their name and in what capacity they are acting. If the person lodging the question is acting as another person or organisation's agent, they must advise council if they have their prior consent or authority. Questions from the public is not an opportunity for debate with elected representatives or staff. It is an opportunity for the community to ask the question in relation to an issue or put a point of view relating to an issue that may be causing interest or concern. Due to time constraints, a time frame of 3 minutes per speaker is allocated. Do we have any questions from the gallery this evening? Mr. Zoe.
To see you all in the flesh again. Good evening. I have a few points that I wanted to raise. The first subject is the hut. I see the council is to delegate the decision on the design and construct contracts to the general manager, so as to allow the project to move forward if this possibility arises during the caretaker period. There will be questions of construction costs, operating costs, the suitability of the farm design, and the possibility that the farm design may involve cost or other issues that will require a material design region. I do not believe the council can delegate these matters to the general manager. New South Wales Consolidated Regulation 393B prohibits major decisions during the caretaker without ministerial consent. This applies both to the council and to the GM. And delegation does not enable the council to circumvent the rule. The question is, will council seek ministerial consent? And if so, on what grounds? New subject. The sports ground. I have written to the councils about and discussed with the general manager my concerns about the unwillingness or inability of council to divulge relevant details of the work MOU to the community. The original justification for confidentiality was to avoid prejudicing the MOU negotiations. These are now complete. Question. Will the councillors, on behalf of the community, formally review the MOU, if necessary, in closed session? One, to see that the community's interests are adequately protected and accommodated in the MOU. Two, to ensure that no binding confidentiality agreement will be entered into with board, extending beyond matters specifically provided for in section 10A2 of the Local Government Act, which is the closed meeting. Now, the last subject, electricity supply. I was unaware that council has extended its charter to supporting the renewable industry. The council would serve the community better if it obtains its electricity at best value for money, whatever the source. It should consider that in another decade, what we will be short of is reliable baseload generation
3 minutes,
capacity,
Mr. Zabik. Thank you.
made worse by council's participation now in serving the market, in skewing the market.
Could we have a copy of those questions for a response, please?
Who should I give it to? Should I give it to you?
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the public this evening? Mr. Sullivan.
Mayor and councillors. I note with disappointment the continued, in my opinion, misapplication of the money from the Town Improvement Fund, resulting in discrimination and a bias rating against town residents. If the interpretation is correct as applied by the General Manager, then the manner in which it was applied up until at least 2010 from 1933 was incorrect. It also means that any articles of historical support are also wrong. It is also in contradiction with my own personal observation as a student of local government and as an ex-mayor of this council and as a councillor. It is also contrary to the opinion of other long-term councillors and highly regarded finance and general managers, plus another ex-mayor. This is a shame because it means that allowing the levy to be applied in the same manner as general rates as the town ratepayers are not being ensured equity and fairness in the levying of rates. I do not understand the reason, but as I am concerned, this council is failing in an area of primary responsibility by not doing so. One of the primary responsibilities of those making decisions that affects others is ensuring the integrity of the process. Integrity to me is doing the right thing, even if no one else is watching. There is no outcome that can justify the manipulation of a process for a personally preferred outcome, and I mean there's none that I know of. There's no way for those involved can hide behind group process and claim no one will listen to me. I know most people in this council very well. I know they would not let themselves be intimidated outside of the council or be compromised on matters of principle. There are others that I don't know that well that may have the same qualities, but I don't know them. Every council has a right to pursue a personal objective. They do not have the right to manipulate the process to achieve their objectives, and any other council does not have the right to stand by or even worse, assist that person in doing so. Neither does the whole council have the right to implement any decision that would inhibit the ability of an incoming council to have the right to change decisions by trying to lock them into a point of no return. Councillors, I do not wish to spend the rest of my time on this earth having to continue to call out for an attempt to protect process. And my 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the public this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Graham.
Councillors, Madam Mayor, let me congratulate staff publishing the budget numbers adding up correctly this time. And I'm pleased to see the difference between debits and credits has become clearer. Additionally, as resident, I disagree with this term of councillors approving in the tortious planning, allowing the GM to proceed with a $3 million loan for the STP. This burdens the new term of councillors with the decision to proceed with the project, entering into further possible loan arrangements they may not wish to do. This decision should be deferred until after the election. Using the $3 million grant for the hub for the much more important STP project should be explored by the next term starting in September. If you have not been able to deliver this in 5 years, it is now up to the next term to declare their plans. The Curtis Street units confirm a $50,000 expense for the mayoral chamber upgrade, something previously argued that less than $50,000 was spent. With the shoe on the other foot, the $50,000 is used now to claiming a funding shortage of 18 grand. This is a disgrace. It is incomprehensible why the council only just in June finds out the Curtis Street unit has become, income has increased by $109,000. Why was this not known before? I object to us paying a minimum 50% fee upfront to the Central New South Wales Jail without any controls or a capped amount. This is another blank check, just like the Spartan event. Why do residents have to shore up this fourth layer of government? I object to the TI fund being used for projects not primarily benefiting residents who are paying the levy. Sporting grounds and amenities, community hub and others are not for the sole benefit of town folks, but the benefit of the whole LGI. This is an unjust and biased action by this council since about 2016, deviating from past principles confirmed by past mayors, staff, and residents. Without the council supplying the original motion from 1933, the Trove newspaper announcement which I submitted indicates the council is wrong, and any legal advice from others without this original document would not stand the pub test. I disagree with the TI level simply getting folding into the general rates. This is not permissible within the Local Government Act. The levy must be stopped as per sections 409, 410, and 495. It cannot just be folded in. I agree, as pointed out in my submissions, that budget figures are not audited. It was the mayor et al. Stating the figures must be right as they are audited. Budget figures are not audited and never were. Using the audit as a crutch to justify the figures being correct is deceiving. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Being none, we'll move on to the mayoral minute and report. Item 901, councillors, page 7. The recommendation is that the report is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McKibben and Councillor Capel, thank you. Before we go on to the mayoral minute, I will. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll go back to that. I'll do the mayoral minute first, if that's okay. Before discussion of this report, I'd like to acknowledge local recipients of awards through the Queen's Birthday Honours List, and I'll call on Councillor McCarthy to deliver this acknowledgement. Thank you, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've been, it's not lucky enough, we've been, well, two of our people in the area, Mr. Jeff Ryan and Dave Peters from Lithgow, have been given the Australian Fire Service Medal on the Queen's Birthday weekend, which is very pleasing and acknowledging their service that they give to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. And we add our congratulations. Are there any questions on the mayoral minute, councillors? I will then go back to.
Sorry, I was going to put it, I was moving it.
No,
It's done.
it's done. Who did it? I'm sorry. Have I lost my way here? Sorry,
I put
Karen.
my hand up and then you said,
McKibben and Capel, yeah. So Councillor McKibben.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I, on page 8, the 26th of May, about 1/4 of the way down, the meeting pack, I'm not sure if I pronounced this properly, the Long Hut, and Tom Schlankler of a Greenwood strategy. Can you talk about what is the Greenwood strategy?
The Greenwood strategy is a body of work being put together by the New South Wales Hub on the veracity of what's needed for the forestry industry to progress itself within New South Wales. There's several different reports being compiled by this group, and Mr. Pat and Tom came out and talked to us about how we saw the industry and its progression from a council perspective.
Thank you, Madam. As you're aware, there has been quite a bit of disquiet recently about some of our prime agricultural land going under forestry.
Yes,
and I've certainly been approached by certain people about, can't there be some separate zoning or something? And we all know the twos and fro's of that, but I think it's going to become, let's say, a much more, there's going to be a lot more talking about it, I think, because people, rural producers are concerned, because not only it's causing a lot of problems around them, from wild pigs, feral animals. I know myself, you know, it's a problem. Forestry is good. We all support for Oberon. We all know that, but I don't think it's a good idea that all our prime agricultural land, as we are still an agricultural shire, we have to be careful that we don't completely forest our food bowl. Whereas some of our, let's say, not so prime agricultural land would certainly be aptly suitable for them.
And this was exactly one of the things that the General Manager and I reiterated to the group to be included within that report.
Yeah, because landholders are becoming concerned.
Yeah.
On a number of
And
ways. Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could, it may be of no note, a quarter of the way down, page 9, the correspondence to the Mayor of Lithgow. Was that just in response to a request for other councils to make comment on their draft operational plan?
No, that wasn't. It was an issue. Well, we congratulated Lithgow Council on their presentation. Yes. And it was to do with an internal memo that was forwarded to me confidentially, and I objected to something on that memo.
Okay. And if I could, 2/3 of the way down, obviously, a matter that I raised before the 20th of May, any progress with Mr. Forward of Telstra?
None. I've emailed Mr. Forward on 2 occasions. I think Mr. Forward is waiting for council to say, yes, we'll do this by Zoom, and I'm pressing for a face-to-face meeting. So we've had a bit of a stalemate. I have had a response.
And on page 10, if I may, I'm just appeared. 31st of May, I know that Mr. O'Brien has spoken to you previously about the detour because of the closure of Hampton, but then there's something here involving a fraud with PayPal. Was that something to do with payment to council?
No, nothing at all. It was just general information that he thought council should know that their PayPal is experiencing some fraud issues. It was nothing to do with council. It was just the general information.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you. I thought it might have been
No.
fraudulent payment or something.
No, he just thought council should be aware of it. As you know, council doesn't use PayPal.
Okay. Look, I'd say thank you, Madam Mayor. It's obviously been a very extensive months with meetings, representation, and correspondence, and I am very pleased to recommend the mayoral minutes report.
Thank you. That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other comments on this one, council?
Just correspondence, the 13th of May, page 9. William Tuck providing an update for the demergers. Any progress there?
No, it was just a general information, what they're doing to promote demergers of previously merged councils in New South Wales. It was information only. But because we were involved in the amalgamation issue back in 2016, I think he included me into that as courtesy.
Oh, yeah, so there's a number of councils trying. to
There
push
are a
forward
number
with
of
this.
councils that apparently are trying to demerge, but I don't know which councils or what point that's up to.
Okay, thank you. Just the 17th of May, Life Education advising of $35 million for consent education, a positive step.
That will be through schools and other organisations that provide support for mental health and things like that. It's a general circular.
Thank you.
Councillor Donny.
Mayor. Page 8, correspondence, 31st of May, Edmund Powers regarding O'Connell Recreation Ground.
Mr. Power has put in a submission to the, he wants brought to the attention of the architect of the O'Connell Recreation Ground, and he came in to speak to the general manager and I about that
About the concept plan.
concept plan. And we have taken that from him and forwarded it to the architect.
Okay, thanks very much. Just going down to 2nd of June, same column. I'm just not sure how this is a COVID vaccination. I'm just not quite
Which
sure
page are
how-
you on, councillor, sorry?
Same page,
Sorry.
2nd of June.
The webinar?
Only a few dots down here.
Is it the webinar?
Yeah.
Yep.
COVID vaccination.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, is council aware of the difference of the situation in a close neighbouring town, Bathurst, where if you go through your GP, there is can be an extremely long wait for COVID vaccination. But at CSU, there is a Department of Health facility called Oka Health that has so many doctors, nurses and vaccinations that you can literally walk up just to ring. But I don't know whether the residents of Oberon are aware of that. Many people in Bathurst are not aware of it. Many people in Oberon are also not aware of it. Where, for example, my GP gave me a date sometime in November, and I got one at Oka the following day. It's not public information there. I'm just wondering whether it's public information here and whether council can assist.
Well, it's not public information there. This webinar was a general New South Wales, not specific councils, just where the New South Wales government was up to, the health department was up to in general terms.
Certainly.
Um,
I'm talking the
Yeah.
COVID vaccination
yeah,
issue.
but that wasn't included in this webinar. But if you have that information, and you want to give me that information, I'm more than happy to put that out.
It's hugely different.
Yeah.
The Department of Health has invested all this money in these facilities but hasn't told anybody about them.
Yeah.
And they have virtually unlimited tax, whereas the GP gets 50 a week.
I've sent 20 people.
Okay, Councillor McCarthy.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, you
I
haven't
haven't
finished. I'm
finished,
sorry.
no. Forgive me. I just, page 9, 26th of May correspondence.
26th of May. Yeah.
This delegation and moving of responsibilities, can you illuminate me as to what the significance of this shifting of the Hampton Road issue from the Minister of Roads or the Minister of
The Deputy Premier
yes, Deputy Premier
to the Minister of New South Wales. Right.
to Andrew Constance? Is there logic to this, Madam Mayor, that we're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's fair enough. I know it's potentially a political question, so I'm just asking.
Minister Constance is the Minister for Roads, but Minister Toole is the Minister for the Region.
Correct.
So I don't know the logic behind that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor McCarthy.
Madam Mayor, just the 17th of May, the Central West Joint, can you give me the
Where are
meeting?
you on, council page? Meetings or correspondence? On
Yeah, on page 9, sorry.
9, yes, sorry.
Yeah, the Central West Joint Organisation, it's about the Wayne Levine.
Yeah.
Can you just give me the where the meeting's going to be held and when, please?
That meeting's been cancelled.
Cancelled?
I heard
Oh.
just today that it's been cancelled or deferred
Okay.
because it clashes with the New South Wales, no, not New South Wales, the National Conference It will be rescheduled though, but if you're interested in that, I can, when I get that
If you can give me
information, I'll certainly provide it, councillor McCarthy.
1.2 billion on a dam that only fills up 4 times every 20 years is just ludicrous.
Okay. Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this one, councillors? Putting the recommendation, all in favour? Carried. Back to the confirmation of minutes, item 8. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 18th of May be confirmed. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Capel and Councillor Donny, thank you. Any business arising?
Yeah, the only matter I'd raise matter is, it should be where I've raised declarations or in relation to 1314 noted that I now have longer have an interest, but should that be noted in the minutes? Because it wasn't noted.
Defer to the general manager.
Only for the purpose that I then voted on it, so and we did note it, and same as today's meeting.
Through the chair, declaration of interest is made every month. If you have a declaration in 1 month and then you have no declaration the following month, it's determined that you don't have a declaration. But in saying that, we can add it to the notes for your information, for your interest.
Well, the problem is, I think my position changed where I did have a water card. I then had returned the water
Your
card, so my
declaration of
interest had
interest.
disappeared. What could have been perceived as having an interest in the decision now long just gone away because I don't hold a card anymore. That's the only reason. From that point in time, I could vote on the resolution, was previously it's argued I should have abstained or not voted on. That's the only reason I wanted it noted. If it was noted then, I probably don't have to continue to make a declaration, but I felt I probably should make a declaration today because it wasn't in the minutes previously. It's up to, yeah.
Through the chair, you made a direct declaration that you don't have a declaration.
Right, I take the point.
Any other business from the minutes, councillors? Recommendation, all in favour? Carried. We'll run a note of business, councillors, page 11. Notices of motion, item 10.01, independent living units. The motion is that council receive a full report on the progress of maintenance and the filling of vacant independent living units. This shall be provided to the July 2021 ordinary meeting. Councillor McCarthy will be moving that. Can I have a second? Councillor Gibbons, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The independent living units they're not disabled units. Unit 7 at Balfour Street. The tenant died in mid-November. Family paid the money till mid-December. It was painted out prior to his occupancy, and he spent half the time in hospital. This unit remains still vacant when I last checked it last week. There's 2 other vacant units up there in the Balfour Street units, not requiring a lot of maintenance. We had people on the list. They went and had a look through the window. They were prepared to move into the units as they were. There's one of them was living in a caravan. They've been since given the site down in Curtis Street, which is good. What we really need to know is the process of getting these maintained. And I asked Mr. Wallace to take over charge back 2 months ago, and I filled in a notice of motion, and Mr. Wallace wouldn't accept that. But he told me that he would give a council request form to each councillor. I believe you councillors have all got that. So my notice that he take over the charge. What I can't understand and what's disappointing, the panel meets, we allocate the units, and to date, I think we've got the 3 up in Balfour Street still not occupied. That's why I think at the moment the general manager needs to take it over and then allocate a staff member to do the lot, from allocation, the maintenance, the whole lot, so that we don't miss this opportunity to have residents living in what quite comfortable units in town. But anyway, that's where I'm coming from. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Gibbons, you wish to speak?
Yes, through the chair, just the same. I think it needs to be identified to have a responsible person in charge of this, so not losing out on rent there, and there's, I reckon there'd be a waiting list, so yeah, just support that.
Any other comments on this one, councillors? I'll put the recommendation, all in favour. Carries, thank you. Page 12, item 10.02, Wildara compliance with conditions of consent. The motion is that the general manager provide to council at the July 2021 council meeting an update on Wildara's compliance with the conditions applied by council to the approval of Wildara's development application, including but not limited to the upgrade of the access road to the wedding and events venue. Councillor McKibben, are you moving that motion?
I'm moving that motion, Madam Mayor. I don't
Can
think it meets.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Can I have a second, please, councillor McCarthy? Wish to speak to the motion, councillor McKibben?
Only briefly, Madam Mayor, I think the resolution speaks for itself, just to know where we are with this. We looked at it some time ago.
Mhm.
There was a request to reconsider some of the conditions. Council decided not to at that stage. I'm just not sure as to where it is at this stage, and I'll ask for a report on it.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy, is there anything to add to this one?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure either Councillor Gibbons and myself were the movers and seconder of this. Will be laid out that money had to be paid each 12 months, and I understand it never happened. So what's happening now, it's got well up into the high figures, and yeah, we need to resolve this. And if we have any follow-up, I brought it back to council that there's a large amount of timber that went out to do some building work out there. Has anyone been out to check whether there was any additional building work done? I think that was last calendar year. So my understanding that material went out to do some extensions out there. And what it could be with COVID, if you extend the premises, then you'll need to have more people.
Thank you, councillor.
Has there been any follow-up?
We'll bring a report back on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this one, councillors? Recommendation on that. Carried, thank you. Councillor and delegates reports on page 13, councillors. Item 11.01, Oberon Arts Council. The recommendation is that the report is received as information. Can I have a mover, please, councillors? Councillor McCarthy, councillor McKibben. Councillor McCarthy.
It's pretty straightforward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor McKibben.
No, Madam Mayor, it's self-explanatory. Please do
Comments
second
or
it.
thank you. Comments, councillors, councillor Donny.
And then just note the arts and health report. If I gather, I don't know if detail was that hands-on art projects going into the,
Yes,
that's it. And the Columbia,
not at this point in time. The COVID
Um,
interfered with that.
and it was very successful. And it says here it's been rolled out across the region. As a thing. I know it's a small thing. Should we not, as council, send the Arts Council a letter saying congratulations on?
I think we've done that, but
We have done.
we have
Excellent.
quite some time ago. They were also nominated by council for the Volunteers of the Year award.
Thank you, Melanie. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one, councillor? Putting the recommendation, all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 14, councillors, item 11.02, Oberon Business Tourism Association meeting 4th of May 2021. The recommendation is that the report item is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Donny and councillor Capel, thank you. Councillor Donny.
No, Madam Mayor, a very successful organisation, and I think I was finishing a game of golf when they had that meeting, and they were certainly throwing their energies fully into communicating with each other, dancing and singing and laughing.
Councillor.
You obviously got an eagle.
Councillor
No,
Capel.
nothing further to add other than what's in the report. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor McCarthy.
Yes, Madam Mayor, on page 14, the second last dot, the business parking.
Yeah.
If the owners of the businesses don't police it, I don't think it's up to council. If they can't tell their staff to either park in some designated parking areas, they're going to have to suffer from the loss of business. Like you see it time and time again, you can identify the cars. They're there all the time, but it's up to these business owners to ask their staff to park at the back or car parks. So,
I think that's exactly what they had said there at that meeting. I don't, there's no, there is no recommendation to council to
no,
police.
I realise not on council, but it's up to the business owners. You see it time and time again, that, you know, 1 or 2 cars parked out the front and then someone can't get one. And then it's up to business owners. Or
Just go to councillor McKibben, and I'll come back, councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The second last major bullet point on page 14, that's a solid bullet point.
Yep.
Because of all the problems with what is one of our major tourist attractions in this council area, Genolan Caves, I wonder, in relation to the car park, the road, even the road at obviously Hampton, whether we, and we've all discussed that, but the suggestions that it's only going to be one-way traffic at Hampton for a period of time once it is partially fixed. And there doesn't seem to be a definitive timeline for fixing the Genolan Caves Road, or now we find out issues in relation to the top car park. Should we be asking the government for a timeline of what they actually intend to do to rectify all these things, noting it is Oberon's, or one of Oberon's major tourist attractions, and is affecting our businesses?
We have had this discussion with Minister Toole.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a timeline. Transport Commissioner don't have a timeline, but I'm more than happy to write and get that in writing for council if you so wish.
I would wish, because I do think we should put it on the record formally that it is affecting our businesses. Because there's a lot of, apart from anything, there's a lot of through traffic that go to Genolan Caves and come up either road round to Oberon. But I do think, and there's a lot of associated businesses around Genolan Caves that are being affected. So I really think we should formally put it on the record and request a timeline and express in writing that it is affecting our businesses.
I was just going to respond to the second last round dot point that yeah, there was no suggestion that council should do anything, but the association was sending and has sent a circular, I believe, to business owners, asking them to ask their staff not to park in the main street. So that should cover Councillor McCarthy's issues.
Thank you, councillor. Any other? Councillor,
I'd just like to thank the organisation for donating $2,000 to the museum to help with the timber interpretive centre. You know, that's a big part of our history, the timber and the forest, and they're doing well and they're going strong, so appreciate that.
thank you, councillor. There's no other questions or queries. I'm putting a recommendation on the table. Thank you. Page 15, item 1103, Country Mayors Association meeting, 27th of May 2021. The recommendation is that the report item is received and noted. Can I have the mover, Councillor McKibben, and a second of Councillor Keller? Thank you. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It must have been a interesting meeting. I note on the positive side that ALGA now has a seat in the National Cabinet, that the rates bill has been passed by both houses and was legislated. However, at the bottom of page 15 and at the top of page 16, the whole situation with the emergency services levy seems way up in the clouds. And I note that point 2 on page 16 says until the matter is resolved, member councils are asked to consider not paying the increased levy. I note that in looking at our operational plan, we have put aside, I think it's an amount of money for the emergency service levy of 369,000, something like that. Should we be placing that in a reserve at the moment until we actually agree that it's going to be paid? Because the Country Mayors Association is obviously the view that no one should be paying it, and it's probably, you know, no one pays, because if someone pays, then it's divide and conquer. But I'm not sure how the situation is. And even to the extent at the bottom of the page where there seems a complete dichotomy as to whether it can be listed as a separate item on the rates notice or whether it has to be included as part of the rates. There's two different separate pieces of advice. I would suggest that if indeed we do it, that despite what anything else says, we should be itemising it as a separate item so that ratepayers don't think it's just another rates imposition by council, and they should, if we have to put it, we should have an explanation sent out with the rates notice.
There is legality around this, councillor, but the general manager has just advised me that as of today, the state government has said they are going to pay the levy for the next 12 months because obviously things are confusing. I'm more than happy to.
So,
speak to
Thank
that.
you. That's very good news.
I hadn't-
I'm sorry I went on with such a, I didn't know that.
But it does need to be said, councillor,
Yes.
because this is
Yes,
quite a chaotic
It
situation
is.
for local government.
it is. I can see
individual
that.
council.
That's why I was.
So through the chair, all the points that have been raised by both the mayor and myself are quite adequate in regard to the issues that relate to the ESL. Remembering that council has a responsibility to fund emergency services under the Act, and we
Yes.
continue to do this. The ESL that we're talking about is that difference that the government wanted to impose onto councils to collect on their behalf, which is the workers' comp and the shortfall that the state government's seen as part of the responsibilities that they have to make sure that all workers' comp and sick leave components of the emergency services are covered. So again, the state has indicated to councils as of, I think, about 3 o'clock this afternoon when an email comes through to say that the state government is going to fund the difference in that levy. So we continue on to pay the bit that we are required to pay as for law, not the difference between it and the additional component that the state wanted to place on local government.
So does,
As you know, local government pays, I think it's 11.7% under normal circumstances as an ESL. It's the difference. As
So-
the general manager said.
so the amount of 369,000 that is now allocated in the operational plan was the delta? Or is that,
Yes.
that was the delta as I
Yes.
understood it?
Yes.
And the insurers, as I understand it, are still levying an ESL.
They are.
Absolutely.
I thought this was meant to preclude that.
Right.
Having looked at my last insurance bill, I had a ESL in it. And I thought, this is interesting. We're getting a hit always now.
And this is the confusion around
I'm,
the whole issue.
thank you. And if I could, Madam Mayor, on page 16, a little, now I don't know that if, well, we do have some dog breeding facilities within our Shire area. I think there's one at O'Connell, but several at O'Connell, sorry, thank you. So in relation to the resolutions outside the advocacy priorities under point 2,
Yeah.
are we now streamlining the New South Wales Animal Welfare Code being streamlined to make it so that there's no difference with the code of practice in the Victorian regulations, so that they're aligning the two? And what does that mean for our dog breeding facilities that are within the council area? Because I may be asked, or Councillor Doney may be asked, but what does this mean?
What this primarily means and why this was brought to the country mayors is there are issues on the border. So Victoria has a different set of regulations for these facilities than New South Wales. Victoria have refined their regulations, tightened them up. So this means that dog breeders on the border are coming over into New South Wales, establishing their facilities where the regulations are a lot more lax.
Yes.
Now, what this is, it's not a resolution to do anything about it. It's to write to get some clarity and request that the regulations be similar. or The
Harmonised.
same, harmonised, or they will never be completely harmonised, but it's really to stop the border, but it will impact on other councils should something move forward. Now, what that might be, I really can't tell you at this stage. This is a very early, it's just a letter at this stage. So this will progress, but I can't give information on what it will mean to Oberon Council because I don't know what it will mean. I don't know what the response will be or the, you know, if it will gain any traction. Here, forthwith.
My concern is that if it has a detrimental effect in that the regulations are substantially increased, that at the very least we should, before we support this holders bonds, we should at least try to get some.
We don't have to support it whole as far as the country mayors have supported that a letter be sent
Okay.
explaining concerns. That's
Okay.
where it sits at the moment.
But if this harmonisation occurs, then we should at least understand what increased regulation
Yes.
our dog breeding facilities within our shire
Yeah.
Will have, and we should understand whether they actually can comply or are able to
Yeah,
comply
I agree with that.
with them. So I'm just asking that maybe we need a little bit of, and the Country Mayors Association or JO should be, I'm sure we're
They
not the
will
only
supply
council.
this
Yeah, they should,
information back
yes, if they could.
to the constituent councils, and then it will then come to this council on the progression of this resolution.
And then I think we should be asking a comment from those who we know dog breeding facilities. And I know there's several in O'Connell. I know there's one near Rockley, that's probably in Bathurst. It is in Bathurst Council area, but there's quite a few in the area.
Well, I agree that it's something we need to
All
keep
right.
an eye on, but at this point in time, it's not something we can do anything about.
All right, okay.
So. Councillor
I'm happy
Wait,
to.
Councillor Kane.
I'd just like to go back to the ESL.
Yeah.
And I'm very pleased that at 3 o'clock this afternoon that the immediacy of the issue is gone away, but that might only be for another year
Yeah,
at
that's
best. We currently fund the emergency service fee out of our general fund.
Yeah.
So the ratepayers are paying indirectly for that. And this proposal that it be a separate line item on a rates notice indicates that at least the cost shifting from state government will be apparent. But we need to make sure that our residents and ratepayers understand that we've already paid the 11.7% or whatever figure that particularly is, and that the extra line item on there, future rates notice should occur, is they'll be paying a difference through us as a collection agency
That's
only.
right. That's exactly right.
And I think it's a particularly unpleasant way of doing business, but cost sharing, cost shifting by state governments is notorious, and particularly the New South Wales state government.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Downey.
Madam Mayor, to question, this levy, the ESL levy, the workers' compensation component, is this linked to the performance of the government state body ICARE? If we're picking up a difference here?
No, nothing to do with it at all. It's all to do with
If they are the
emergency
state
services.
government's workers' compensation insurer organisations.
I haven't heard of any connection at all.
Through the chair, they're not ours, but they are an insurer.
If the ESL is if the
Emergency services.
component of the ESL for emergency workers is,
Don't know who
Yeah,
that
that's
is. We
right,
can
yeah.
find that out.
So
and
I-
ICARE has been mismanaged at
Okay.
the highest level of New South Wales government as an absolute basket case. So that's not only cost shifting, it's incompetence.
Yeah, I agree.
Couple of other elements.
Yeah.
I find interesting the solar panel disposal, which was referred, along with, I note, just for noting, the discussion on superannuation was referred to the August meeting on page 16. I am down the bottom. But the solar panel disposal discussion, I'm interested in that, Madam Mayor. Even though it was deferred, it didn't take place.
Solar panels have a shelf life,
Oh, definitely.
and despite there needs to be disposal policy in place by the government.
Yep.
To cover the disposal of those, because it's becoming a problem for some of the larger councils that have had solar panels for quite some time and ending their life now,
Yes.
such as Orange.
Yes.
This has been pushed by Orange Council, quite rightly. Yeah, so they're
And
looking,
there's-
what they're looking for is somebody to come to country mayors and then talk about this in an energy space and the disposal of these panels, because
Partial
not easy to-
recycling being
yeah.
an ideal possibility, but I
yeah,
have. I
it's a
have no
difficult
first
issue
step.
apparently.
That is, yes. And also, Madam Mayor, Minister Pavey, second point, working with the CBA, which I assume is Commonwealth Bank,
Yeah,
to encourage Aboriginal tenants to purchase housing. Is that Aboriginal tenants in social housing? or-
Yes, social
or
housing. Social housing.
The South Australian government, I believe, has come up with a really innovative thing where if social housing tenants, they will nominate, I think it's, what is it, meant to be 30% of your income. They will take that as a given repayment. The state government will purchase the house in partnership with the person, them paying 30%, state government paying 70%, and the capital gain is shared on that basis later on, but it actually turns the renter into a purchaser. And that's actually run, I think it's through the state government rather than through asking a private bank to do it. It's a really
The minister
innovative.
did mention the South Australian scheme, and
It's
this
a very
is
smart
something that
project.
they're looking at.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
Sorry to raise it again, but it came from a question from my colleague, Councillor Doney. We're looking at solar panel disposal or recycling. I would suggest we also look at battery recycling, because that's going to be the next problem. Because battery prices for are now coming down, and you will be aware, and I think it was distributed by council, as the solar and battery interest-free loans being pushed at the moment. But these batteries are a problem overall, and as we all know, a number of garbage trucks are having problems because people are disposing of their lithium batteries in the garbage trucks, and the next thing was a fire. I know a number of garbage trucks have actually had to dump their load because they've caught a light. That's the only way they can stop the fire spreading, and obviously I think the government and councils have been fairly lenient because they realise that there's a garbage truck. If the person doesn't dump the load, they then arrange obviously to clean it up. But it is a problem with batteries, and if people start putting these sorts of batteries, which are much bigger, I think the health will be a disaster.
So as that develops, I'll bring that back.
So if you could put batteries on the agenda as well.
Any other comments on this one, Councillor McKinnon?
Through the chair, just Melinda Pavey speaking about there's a new unit for water infrastructure, and also it talks a bit further on about some of the plans, what they're considering. Can you see this growing any legs and going anywhere?
Well, there is a new unit already established.
Yeah.
It's just now setting out their role. And that is already established, so it is going somewhere, yes.
Um,
Yeah.
17 there on page 24. Interesting. If councils have crown land that can be developed as housing, please let the minister know. That's a topic that mightn't go too far, you wouldn't think, would you? And the daylight saving issue, councils want to reduce that to 4 months.
There was a motion that goes to the local government conference for consideration.
Thank you.
Or for support. No further inquiries there. I will put the recommendation all in favour. Harry, thank you. Item 1104, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board Meeting, 3rd of June 2021. The recommendation is that the report item is received for information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Capel and Councillor McKibben, thank you. Councillor Capel, you wish to speak to them?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor, for information. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Gibbons.
No, Madam Mayor, the minute speaks for itself. I'm pleased to second it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one, councillors? With the recommendation on the table. Carried, thank you. Page 42, councillors committee reports. Item 1201, Local Emergency Management Committee. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Local Emergency Management Committee held 10th of May 2021 is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McCarthy and a seconder, please. Councillor Capel, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to this?
It's pretty straightforward, thank you.
Councillor Capel, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any questions or queries, councillors? With the recommendation, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Page 46, councillors, item 1202, Traffic Advisory Local Committee. There's a recommendation there in 3 parts, that the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Local Committee meeting held on the 13th of May 2021 are received as information. That it be noted, the Traffic Advisory Local Committee requires further documentation from the North Shore Sporting Club 2021 and the event to be given in principle approval, subject to the event organisers supplying a satisfactory TCP and subject to Transport for New South Wales providing concurrence. And that the Traffic Advisory Local Committee approves the Kidney Car Charity Rally 2021 event with the recommendation that the rally travels in small groups. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Donny, thank you, and Councillor Thorne. Councillor Donny, do you wish to speak to this?
I'll leave the first one out, Madam Mayor, but my first thought about kidney car charity rally. Just a quick question I noticed raised down at O'Connell. There was the issue of moving the RFS sign from Hassel Park up where everyone could see it up along the O'Connell Road to the location where no one can see it unless they go to Oberon. It's been raised a number of times from the RFS. I'm not sure whether I should be talking about it with the Traffic Advisory Committee or the RMS or TF New South Wales. It's been noted at community meetings before. So I'm asking, has there been any progress at all on that issue and how we progress it?
Through the chair, it's a matter that's been taken up with the Rural Fire Service in relation to them actually revisiting or revamping their signage. I understand that they've got electronic signs that are being discussed at this current time, and until that's resolved, then Oberon may be, or O'Connell also may be a recipient of obtaining some of those signs, but again, it's a matter with RFS that I'm more than happy to take up in relation to the placement of that sign.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the concern is not electronic or electronic, it's maximum exposure location. Its earlier position, that's our key issue.
Yeah, through the chair. So basically, the issue is around the resolve of that. So then that sign can be appropriately placed to give maximum exposure. So whether it be more or less the new type sign that they're going to decide on being electronic.
Am I understanding it correctly, Madam Mayor, that through you, Madam Mayor, that we will be able to move it? It will be moved, or that hasn't been clarified?
I don't think it's been clarified.
Yeah, through the chair, it hasn't been clarified, but certainly we will. I'm of the view that we will have to move it. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you. I support the body of the report.
Thank you. Councillor Khan, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The minutes aren't entirely, sorry, the report is not entirely correct. We did have a discussion about line marking, and there has been some requests from individual people about it and some activity on Facebook about parking lines. We had discussed whether we need to have a trial of parking. The area we did arrive at was basically between the garden bed from Norfolk's down to the one outside the pharmacy. But there was no firm commitment to that at the time. I think we've put together a plan to do that, and it should come to the next help. I don't consider that to be a major decision. The council was a fairly minor thing, and incorporate into that process discussed that the talk as well about putting a disabled parking space outside the funds, as we've discussed.
We did discuss that. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this one, Councillor? Councillor McCarthy.
It's really not in the traffic committee report at this stage, but it's been in the prior one, but I understand now that we're not going to get anything done on the Mayfield turn off until there's an accident. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the recommendation, councillors, all in favour. Carried, thank you. And 52 councillors, item 1203, Oberon Sports Facilities Committee. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Oberon Sports Facilities Committee held on the 12th of May 2021 are received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Can I have a mover, please, councillors, Councillor Gibbons and Councillor Clayton? Thank you. Councillor Gibbons, do you wish to speak to this recommendation?
Just that people that are coming into our town are expressing their thanks to the way we're looking after our gardens and the playing fields, and I think that's great.
Councillor Capel.
Very important committee, the Sports Facilities Committee. Sport is a very important item in any community. And again, I was a little disappointed to see that there were no councillors present at the meeting. Would it be possible in the future to have alternate delegates if the council delegates cannot attend, but there'll be some alternates who can?
That will be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, through the chair, yes.
Yeah. We usually do have alternate delegates. I'm surprised there's not one on this committee. I think there is. Yeah.
Is that not?
I think
One
Councillor
on,
Lyon
one
is the
off.
actual chair of this committee. Yeah, no, we'll look to that. That's fine. Any other comments on this one, councillors?
Yeah,
Councillor McCarthy.
just the on page 53 and over the page. I can't see where the ball is going to be a traffic hazard with the new netball hoop. That's all. I can't see where it runs out into the street. You're going to go across Cunningham over. Let's give this a try without the fence first and see where it comes.
I think that's the intent, councillor.
Thank you.
Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Donny.
Madam Mayor, I did my best at a local meeting in O'Connell last night to promote the change from little athletics to athletics, which I think is a great idea. I just passed it up the chain through that committee to make sure they advertise that and where and when in the community newsletter on the Saturday for those who wish to resurrect their athletic careers. That helps. I have just very good shot putters looking down at O'Connell, I can tell you that.
I thought you'd get a sprinter.
Passed on. Any other comments, councillors, on this one? Recommendation, all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 56, councillors, item 1204, Heritage Committee. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Heritage Committee held on the 31st of May 2020 are received as information. Remove it, please. Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Gibbons, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to this report?
No, it's pretty straightforward. We get the same usual attendance and few people have to leave early, and we've had Susan Willis wanting to take over because we do such a good job with the Oberon Heritage Committee that she wants us to take over the O'Connell on the other side of the river.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, didn't eventuate. So we've had a good meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Gibbons.
Yeah, just through the chair, and I'll give Councillor McCarthy a bit of a report on the Lenmore's car park. We've had a bit more work happening out there, so the road is in and putting some wording to have a plaque put up there. I can brief you on that as it goes along. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor McKibben, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was a little bit confused at the bottom of page 57 in relation to Sandy Creek, and then what's stated on page 60 on the last row of Sandy Creek there. Now, it says the Director of Technical Services, this is page 57 under the heading Sandy Creek, which is 2/3 of the way down the page. obtain quotes for the construction of a heritage sandstone and timber rail fence. The only quotes I could see below are for a guardrail. Standard compliant, cost 30,000, the hardwood timber post and rail construction. I can't see a quote for any heritage sandstone ends to the bridge. Yet that is the action listed on page 60. The committee is asking council to fund the cost of erecting sandstone columns on either side of the little bridge over Sandy Creek on the Carwell Road. So have we obtained a quote for these sandstone columns? Is it intended that these be used in conjunction with the hardwood timber post and rail construction, I assume, on the sides of the bridge, which is at the last bullet point on page 57? And what are we looking at?
Through the chair,
It says you have obtained a quote.
some time ago, I was asked to look at potential options, what could be possible for this particular culvert. At the time, with no real detail around what that vision was for heritage, and not being associated with the committee, but giving some options around what would be more compliant as of Australian standard compliancy, as opposed to, not knowing, I suppose, what the heritage requirements were being called for with this respect. So that's how these two potential, or these two items become points of discussion. So again, at this stage, I don't know if there's any real vision or ideas that have come out of the committee for, or to assist me, I suppose, moving forward with regard to, quoting some heritage-like outcome for this particular bridge or culvert structure. Again, it's very hard to attach something to such a structure that would be compliant is really the key concern. So again, it's a position for council to be able to, I suppose, accept one, either the risk that would be involved around that if it wasn't to be compliant, and secondly, I suppose, to what satisfaction or vision is required from the committee to establish some sort of railing that would be appropriate in their view.
The action was on page 60, apart from anything else. Clive McCarthy, committee to request council to fund the cost of erecting sandstone columns on either side of the little bridge over Sandy Creek. I can't see a quote for that. I can only see a quote for a hardwood timber post. So maybe I should ask through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor McCarthy, what's intended.
Or maybe through the director that is on this committee.
Through the chair, the top of page 58 indicates that Councillor McCarthy advises still looking at options to progress the matter.
Bearing in mind, these are the minutes of the actual meeting,
That's I
the
know.
discussion. If there's no recommendation to council at this point in time.
They're all actions.
So it's gone into abeyance at this stage.
Councillor McCarthy.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I've been a bit slack on this myself. The idea was to put something up that's only cosmetic on the edge of the barriers down there, and approach the local engineering firm. And after their demise of over at the grandstand, they don't want to work for council anymore. So it's up to me to get off my bum and chase it up a bit further. But I think in the next, now that I'm finished mucking around on that O'Connell Road, I can get down and get this thing started. So thank you.
No problem. Councillor Donny.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I commend councillor raising the issue of inter-council cooperation, where the Heritage Committee is seeking to stimulate heritage work on both sides of the Fish River in the historical district of O'Connell, which is quite good, really. Just for information for councillors, the Lyndall Green thing seems to have fallen in a hole with the group that was formed to push forward Friends of Lyndall Green, suffering natural and terminal attrition. We're hoping to get that up and running again. I'm not part of that group. Just the Great Western Walk, I mentioned it at the Heritage meeting, and I mentioned it here because it's been come up in two of the recent DAs as council has made decisions on. that this Western Walk running from Sydney Harbour through Sydney, across the Blue Mountains and through our council area and through to Bathurst is getting quite a bit of traction in Sydney. I think Blacktown Council's just made a big announcement about it, its section. So I just want to keep it in council's mind because we do still have some assets of it that we can protect, particularly the Carwood Road. And heritage tourism is more significant and will become more significant. So it's beholden on us just to keep that whole project in the back of our minds. Thank you.
Councillor. Any other comments on this one, councillors? Giving a recommendation, all in favour?
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a point of information, Madam Mayor, there's a correction to the, that's already done,
Sorry?
a correction to the attendance.
Through the chair, so, Madam Mayor, Councillor Donny was present at the meeting.
Oh, okay.
He was missed off the minutes. It's been corrected. Except not on the agenda.
As was you and Stuart.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Madam
That will be
Mayor,
amended in the future minutes of that meeting.
just a comment on the meeting. These meetings are that good. We can't get the people to go home after we close. That's true.
I do believe the chair should be more active in that space.
I do. I say.
Page 62, councillors, item 1301.
I can assure you, Madam Mayor, the chair is often very active.
Thank you, councillors. Tender for design and construction of 2 concrete and steel bridges. The recommendation is that council nominate the open tendering method as prescribed in accordance with clause 166 bracket A of the Local Government Regulation 2005 for the design and construction of 2 new concrete and steel bridges located on Swallows Nest and Baldridge Roads, bracket T 2021-9. At the conclusion of the tender period, a report be provided to the next available ordinary council meeting for selection and endorsement of a suitably qualified company to be engaged. Can I have a mover? Councillor Donny. Councillor Capel, thank you. Wish to speak to this, Councillor Donny.
No, Madam Mayor, it's an obligation of ours.
Councillor Capel.
Nothing further to add.
Nothing further to add. Any other comments, Councillor McKibben?
Just a question through you, Madam Mayor, Protective Services Director. Why are we going for open tender rather than selective tender? We don't have to. We have the option of going for the EOI and selective tender.
Through the chair, look, you're right. You could go either way, I suppose, in terms of requests for quotations and then go select tender or open tender. We decided we'd go for open tender. We certainly know where we think we would like to head with regard to the bridge construction, having built or previously had to build one at on Canangle Walls Road. So it's an end all. However, it will be scoped accordingly, and we can put that tender out. And I think that with the time frame and the like, we will still be well within where we need to be.
It just through you, Madam Mayor, it just concerns me that. And I don't know how many responses you have to these open tenders, but as you said, we've had the experience at Canangra and other places that issuing an expression of interest and then doing a selective tender process may actually involve less work for us. I don't know. I just asked that we have that option with a number of these projects. You know, and it gives us the opportunity of not having people tender that really haven't got the capability or qualifications. We would know from the work we have done with bridge construction, as you have said, who we would expect to be tendering and who have the capability. I just, you know, it's a bit, look, we've discussed this with relation to the hub, and that's why we're going selective tender. It's not only this one, and I've just raised it in relation to, I just wonder whether we should be a bit more selective in this area. Anyway, it's a matter for you and the general manager to discuss.
Isn't it part of the deed?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No. I think we have the option in a lot of these to go EOI and then and I just think that to get our quality and rather than assessing, as we all know, the bloke with the utility and the, you know, who does, I'll put in a tender. And I don't know how many you have to assess, but sometimes I know it can get very hard.
So through the chair, with a relatively good scope, I think that will actually
Okay,
narrow it down. for the-
look, it's operational, but I just.
We'll note that comment, councillor McKibben. Thank you. Any other comments on this one, councillors? Including the recommendation or in favour? Carried, thank you. Page 64, councillors, item 1302, mayoral and councillor superannuation. The recommendation is that council resolve that the mayor and all councillors accept the 10% superannuation contributions for the 2021-22 financial year. So I have a mover. Councillor Kellam. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McKibben. Councillor Kellam, do you wish to speak to this?
I do, Madam Mayor. The relationship between the council, the mayor, the councillors and the council is not an employer-employee, but the financial relationship is that we are paid by the council from the general fund for our monthly fees. Every other level of government in Australia, except the local government, has superannuation as part of that process. Every employee of an organisation has the superannuation contribution paid by their employer. It doesn't frankly worry me a great deal about the money. What I think is important is that principle is that if you're in a relationship like that, a financial relationship, that should be paid. Also, that noting that the New South Wales government has finally decided that is an option. Not accepting that offer will put a council such as ours at even a greater disadvantage, 17% below other like councils. I think, in fact, there might be a further option, or perhaps adjusting what the recommendation is. And would you like me to speak to that, Madam Mayor?
Do you wish to propose an amendment?
I'd like to propose one.
He's moved the motion. He's
No,
moved the
I
motion.
I have
moved
moved
the
it, sorry. Yes. But I'm in favour of accepting the recommendation. And of course, this has to be accepted or rejected prior to accepting the operational plan. It forms a part of it.
Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would support the comments made by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kellam. And I also note that I see our position, it's not exactly the same as sitting on a board of directors, but it's similar, and directors of boards are paid superannuation and by companies. So I don't see why it should be any different for us as council members sitting on this council. We are being paid by the council. The New South Wales government has recognised that there should be an entitlement, and for the reasons basically specified by Councillor Kellam, I would agree.
Is there any other comment on this one? Councillor Darling?
Madam Mayor, echo two issues. One, this one, oddly enough, that the money is not relevant. I've been on this council often enough to know when the decisions are made that money is not the motivating force for anybody who would possibly stand for local government and carry out the activities. But as a principle in society, I think superannuation is extremely important. So if this is helping to embed it in some way, continue to embed it, then it has my support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Campbell?
I'd like to speak against the motion, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I believe that being a councillor is akin to being I view it as a community service, and it's not all that many decades ago. I that basically being a councillor was not a paid position. And certainly different to being a member of a board of management. We are given some help with, and I say very generous help, to cover the cost of being involved in the council, the time that we spend. If we're running a business, we are away from the business. If we have a job, we're away from the job, and it's to help with those filling in those blank spots of our professions. The small amount that is going to be involved for each councillor is basically going to be neither here nor there at the end of the day on their superannuation policy. But I'm sure that the ratepayers of this and every other council would rather see what is a small amount of money to an individual ratepayer go towards would rather see it put to good use in the community for the betterment of the community. I think the community would benefit far more for that amount of money to go into a project in the community than it will benefit any of the councillors. And I think, you know, councillors are helped pretty well, very generous, I think. And I think it would be it will certainly be a very sorry day when people start joining councils because of the money that's there.
Councillor McCarthy?
I sort of endorsed Councillor Cable's sentiments, but if you're going to go ahead with the superannuation thing, I'd like to see it not start till after the election, the new council. So the current council don't receive it. But if you're going to, if it gets up, we start it with the new council, because it's going to be a nightmare for the staff that would work all this out. Anyway, that's the way I feel.
Any other comment? I can see the principle behind this, and I can see what the Office of Local Government are trying to achieve. They are trying to attract a more professional people to the role of local council. This is, in my view, aimed mostly at the larger metro councils. The level of professionalism required of councillors these days is becoming more and more apparent. This is not compulsory. Any individual councillor can say no thank you to this. You're not going, councillors won't get it automatically. If I don't want this, I can say no thank you. Councillor Cable doesn't want it, he can say no thank you. So it's an optional thing. It's not being imposed on every councillor. But I have to say, whereas I might have my own views on whether I would accept that or not, I can see the aims and the principle around what the Office of Local Government are trying to do. Is there any other comment? I'm putting them.
Madam Mayor, I think your comment about the professionalism of our councillors is well placed.
If there's no other comment, or I'm going to put the recommendation that council resolve that the mayor and all councillors accept the 10% superannuation contributions for the 2021-22 financial year. All in favour? Against? The motion's carried. Sharon, did you get the names?
Yes,
Thank you. Page 65, item 1303, 2021-22 financial year operational plan. There's a recommendation there, councillors, in three parts. That council adopts the 2021-22 operational plan, long-term financial plan and 2021-22 statement of revenue policy as submitted in report 1303. That council roll all village improvement fund monies into 2021-22 operational plan and a further report be provided to council outlining potential projects for the funds. That council resolve to collect and adopt the following 2021-22 town improvement levy projects to a maximum total of $568,000, $568.30 in accordance with discussion as agreed at this meeting. There is a list of suggested projects there, councillors. Do you wish me to read them out?
No.
So I'm looking for a mover of this recommendation.
Can we do it in 3 sections, please, Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor, I will not vote accept.
Sorry,
Can we move the motion that says to refer to 3 parts?
so there's an alternate recommendation to discuss items 1 and 2.
Oh, well, I'd
and
like
3.
I'd like each of them dealt with
Separately,
only
one,
because
two,
I've got
and
a,
3 separately. Is this
and could I ask that 1 be dealt with last because 2 and 3 may have an impact. It's only because I've got some questions in relation to 2 and 3, and it may be that very well if they
Reverse order.
yes.
so the alternate recommendation is that council deal with items 1, 2, and 3, with item 1 dealt with
Last.
last. Is there a seconder for that alternate motion? Councillor Cullen, thank you. All in favour? Carried, thank you. So the amendment now becomes motion. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Councillors, we now deal with item 2. 2 and 3 and then 1.
2,
Three,
yes,
two, one.
2 first, then 3, then 1.
Then 1, thank you. So item 2. The council roll all village improvement fund monies into the 2021-22 operational plan and a further report be provided to council outlining potential projects for the funds. I need a mover for that. Number 2, councillor McKibben, and a seconder. Wish to speak to this councillor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I may have missed it, but and I'm sure I have. I just, because I know it's been raised before, the amounts for each of the village funds that are intended to be rolled. I realise that the report on how they're going to be spent is subject to a further report. I just couldn't recall for each of the 3 village funds.
Page 69,
69.
councillor.
It is 69.
Item D.
So, oh, that's right. Sorry, this is where I did see it. Right. So the Murriga Village Fund has 15, Black Springs has 11, and O'Connell has 10. Okay. Okay, I'm happy with that, and I'm certainly happy to move that.
Thank you, councillor Kane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a pragmatic way of dealing with the issue of village funds. And of course, the imperative here is to get projects nominated against those funds to get us back onto a natural cadence for this particular funding.
Any other comments on this one, councillor? Councillor Gibbons.
Through the chair, I think we've got a bit lost, particularly last night at the meeting of Black Springs, because of COVID and because there wasn't a continuation of what was going on, and there's times we weren't sure what the funds were adding up to. It gives them the opportunity now to put a bigger fund towards a bigger project. So I support that.
Thank you, councillor. Is there any other comments, councillors? I'm going to put recommendation 2. All in favour? Carried, thank you. We'll now deal with number 3. The council resolved to collect and adopt the following 2021-22 town improvement levy projects to a maximum total of $568.30 in accordance with discussions as agreed at this meeting. There are 11 projects listed. And I would add that the bulky goods collection was left off that list, so that will now be added on to the value of $8,000. I can have a mover, including the bulky goods collection, that'd be great, councillor Kellam, and a seconder, councillor McCarthy. Councillor Kellam, do you wish to speak to this?
Only to say that I'll
We need-
defer to you as to how we
Yep.
arrive at a series of
All right,
projects.
that's my thought, that we will go around the table here, councillors, and we will identify the funds or the projects that we wish to include. I can't see any other way to do it, if council is in agreement to that.
Through the chair, I think it's the only way you
Yep.
can do it.
Happy with that, councillor Kellam, councillor McCarthy?
Yep.
Yep. Okay,
Question,
yeah. You wish to speak to this?
yes.
We're going to go around the table to nominate the projects, then we will come to a recommendation.
I was merely going to possibly suggest an alternative strategy, which may have no traction, that we
Happy to listen to that, councillor.
to simply eliminate a number. People have ones they wish to clearly eliminate, and ones they wish to clearly support. But if we need to eliminate, I think 4.
You
How
have
many
to,
million?
you have
How
to
many
come,
hundred
you have to come to the total for the town improvement fund.
568,000.
It's got to come to 568,000, and I think the total is, I guessed, 1150 while I was fiddling doing this. So clarified, but if we have a number of projects that drops it quite significantly,
I think that would be 6 of one and half a dozen of
it's
the other
possibly
councillors.
like that. Okay, well, just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, councillors. Councillor McCarthy, did you want to speak before we go around the table? No,
Oh, yeah.
I would,
happy?
We'll be able to speak to each one. when you
As we
drop
go
out.
around, that's correct.
Fine, thank you.
That's correct. Did you wish some?
yes,
Before we
Madam,
start,
that's very
councillor?
gracious of you, Madam Mayor. I would seek to achieve my goals by just asking councillors to consider the ones I think they should drop.
Maybe when we go around the table, that's your opportunity,
Okay.
councillor. Councillor Kellam,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
someone keeping tally?
I would well, I'll start by dropping one, which I think is the underground power, which is not anything like 300,000 as we have discovered previously. I'm happy with curbing and guttering. I'm happy with the common. I am a little concerned about the quantum of the Edith Road rock retaining wall and whether that shouldn't be split into 2 years. The sporting grounds and amenities improvement is fine. Does the beautification program also include the subsequent agenda item for the tree
Plan.
So through the chairs, there is already some allocation within the fund that would accommodate that. This is purely a program that council initiated some time ago to try and bank a fund to be able to do some
Carry out.
beautification work.
I'm happy with the beautification program. In that case, the drainage on Ross Street, the Oberon Common. I'm not happy with the community hub fit out because we have stated that the community hub would be within the budget of $3 million grant plus the $350,000 from the previous 250 from the previous library allocations. I wonder about the quantum of the Apex Park toilet block replacement. I think that's probably overly generous. Might like to think that. No problem with the shade and bulky goods. And I'm not sure about the shared pedestrian cycle and footpath construction because I don't really know what we're talking about there.
Thank you.
So through the chair, based on councillor Kellam's conversation, without including the Edith Rock wall, my adding up is there, you're about $200,000 short.
Well, we can take Edith Rock.
And the residual to the Edith Rock. wall.
And Bolton.
Yeah. I've read it.
Councillor Donny.
Underground power, I would remove. Herb David Park shade sail, I would remove. Apex Park toilet block, I would significantly reduce. I think it could be refreshed rather than replaced. And I would also support adjusting the Edith Road rock retaining wall into over a number of years. They would be the ones I would leave out. I think that would be fairly close.
So just for the nature of what we're trying to do here, so you're saying the
Yes to curb and gutter.
curb and gutter,
Yes to
the
common.
common,
Uh,
I'll leave Edith Road,
yeah. Yes to
That's all right.
sporting grounds.
sporting ground
Yes to
improvements.
beautification. Yes to drainage.
Yes,
Yes to community hub.
yes,
And yes to pedestrian. And yes to public goods.
yes to pedestrian. Yes to bulk goods and the whatever's left over to the rock wall.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Dickney.
Yes, to the curb and gutter. Yes to the common. No to the rock wall. Yes to the sporting ground amenity upgrade. Yes to the beautification. Yes to the drainage at the Ross Street and the common. No to the hub. Fit out. A question mark on the toilet block, I think. Recent comments and recent feedback from visitors is that it's in reasonable condition and is maintained fairly well, so 130,000 probably not warranted to spend there. Pardon me. Yes to the shade sail over the playground. I don't understand what the, or I don't know what the, where the pedestrian, shared pedestrian and cycle footpath is, so got a question mark on that. Underground power, no. And bulky goods collection, yes. Question on that as well is, could we do that a second time?
2 pickups instead of 1.
Yes, I've had a few people ask me to say that once is not enough. And would there be a possibility that we could have it done twice a year? So just a thought, but I,
Can we take that one on notice, councillor, and see
Yeah.
where we can?
and the balance, I'd like, if there is a balance, I think there was. I'd like to see part go to the rock retaining wall, but I'd also like to see a portion of it go to some more footpaths.
So just the shared pedestrian cycling footpath construction is a continuation of our PAM, which is our footpath extension that we've done.
It's an extended, it's, what is it?
It's our shared foot pedestrian and cycle, it's our PAM program. Council will remember the pedestrian access mobility plans that we had put together.
Yeah.
So this is basically where we would deliver those programs that have been identified as the linkages between town. So it is our footpath construction, whether it's wider in some areas or whether it continues on, that is where a footpath extension would go. If you were looking at additional footpaths.
not happy with that.
So,
I said what I was happy with.
okay. So have we
So
got something?
I just want, because councillor McKegney is a lot short, that some of the money going to the rock wall.
Yeah.
And the other part, you want to break it in half just for footpath construction.
Some to the rock wall,
Some to-
whatever the residual is. 50-50 or 60-40 rock wall and
Footpaths.
extra footpaths. Other than the shared pedestrian cycleway. Pardon me.
Councillor McCarthy.
I'd like to keep supporting the underground power because the RMS have already indicated that they're gonna hot mix from Fairfax Street back up the street this soon. And you'll see that this area that we're gonna dig up and put the power underground, it'll be sealed and then we'll be going back to do what Oberon Council does best. Having a nice sealed hot mix road and then we dig it up. So that's why I'm supporting the power. As for the shared pedestrian and construction, I think we've done enough this year with footpaths. Herbie Day sales, I think you've got to start rearing the kids out in the sun. The Apex toilet block, I think we should allocate about $30,000 to that and have it retile the walls and maybe new toilets, but I think the floor tiles are adequate and the facility is adequate that's up there. The hub fit out, this is coming out of TI funds. There's other sources that we can find this 60,000 come out of other funds that everybody pays for,
Yep.
not just, so I think it should be eliminated completely out of this list, but that's not. The common drainage, I don't think we need to do anything there yet because we really need to identify in between the common and Ross Street and get ownership of that ground, which might be far away, or get some ownership of that before we start doing any drainage work. So, yeah, look, I don't think we need to do the rock wall down on Edith Road yet. We can do it in stages, which might change the, I don't know, what do you call it? That one tradesman does it and then,
Patina.
okay, well, whatever it is. I don't think we've just put enough thought into it. There's some lovely signs that the local stonemason made on another project, and I think we should be considering some of that to be inserted in the wall. As for the common, I don't think we need over 100,000 because we've already got 320,000 that we can't get spent in projects down there. And the curb and gutter, like I say, we've still done a lot of work there, so I don't think it need to be funded. And I support your bulky goods. And I'm really short, so I don't care.
Really sure.
Well, the only thing I would suggest is that it's known that that 300,000 wasn't going to make underground power. So would you be supporting a majority of that to go to the underground power?
The most of it, yeah, but anyway, I see the feeling to the meeting, but yeah, look, you've got to put your hand out now and again. So anyway.
Thank you, councillor Capel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Curb and guttering, these are the ones that I had ticked. The common, sporting grounds, drainage, Ross Street and common. The yeah, I ticked the Apex Park toilet block replacement and the shade sale. What they've spent here, and the cycleway and footpath and the bulky goods.
Have some more.
I'll borrow from Clive.
You're good.
I'm good?
Yep.
Okay.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions before I delineate my decision. Curb and gutter, how much more have we actually got to do in the council area through Madam Mayor to the technical services question?
Through the chair, we've got a rolling program over a number of years. There's quite a significant amount of streets that still need obviously curb and gutter or residential streets. The priority options have been addressing those worst affected streets by localised flooding, well not flooding, but yeah, localised issues with regard to stormwater infiltration through property. So yeah, it is an ongoing program. Yes, we do have a number of years ahead, and the idea is to keep continually rolling out curb and guttering through the residential streets to make those improvements.
And this is the only monies that are allocated to it that comes from the TI fund.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. On the common, this additional 100,000, noting we have some 300,000 already allocated to the common, what will the extra 100,000 be? Is it part of it? Will it be increasing the work to be undertaken with the common plan?
That's exactly what it is.
So without this 100,000, what work would be done on the common? We'd still be progressing that plan quite substantially.
What's on the matrix at the moment?
Sorry.
What's on the matrix at the
Yes,
moment?
what's on the matrix at the moment. So we'd still be progressing it. That means with this extra 100,000, we'd be accelerating it.
Yes.
But we're still going to be spending how much this year on the common without this 100,000?
Through the chair, around 300,000.
If I could, the next one, C, the Edith Road rock retaining wall. Again, Madam Mayor, maybe through you to the technical services director, I think would be the appropriate person. Is this able to be done economically in stages? Is this going to be a faced wall, for instance? So is it going to be better block with a facing rock, or is it going to be solid rock? I can't recall.
Through the chair, you may recall a former report with regard to curb and gutter and retaining wall. So whether it be a masonry or a rock type finished wall, the council at the time were of the view that they would like to see a rock.
Yes, rock wall, that's right.
And some indicative costings were obtained. So as I say, very indicative at the time. Is the basis of that particular figure. Again, I couldn't see why it couldn't be done in stages. I think there would be certainly a way of doing that. And again, certainly there may be some further cost savings in that particular work. So if it is to be staged, maybe those savings won't be. However, holistically, there may be still some savings in that $315,000, $315,000 quote as it is at the minute.
So my recollection is we approved the curbing there already. Has it been
That's
done? That's done, as I understand.
Yes, that's correct.
So and did we put then the footings for the wall as we did the curbing? I thought we did that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct for this particular style
Right.
of wall, yes.
But my only concern is once you start a rock wall, it's really better off to finish it than keep it halfway down. So that's my only concern. If you do it half high and you still got exposed surface at the top, it doesn't makes it pretty pointless. But
So through the chair, and there's been only partial support for the development anyway, and if it was only to be partially supported this year, council, we'd have to bring back a report on how we would progress that. And it may be that whoever's going to do this wall might start it at the end of the next financial year and roll it into the year after that. That might be a way in which you could separate the project over a number of years. However, I must also say that you resolve to do this every year. And if you don't resolve to do it the following year, you're left with half the project.
understand that. So if I could next, Madam Mayor, ask about the drainage Ross Street and Oberon Common. How urgent is it to do that?
Through the chair, look, it's certainly been a project that's been identified as an issue. Look, again, it's not, overly urgent. I mean, it's something that could potentially hold off if council's of the view of, other surrounding land and the like with regard to future purchase. Yeah, there's certainly something that could hold off at this stage.
And if I could, the next matter is the the Apex Park toilet block replacement. I, like some of my fellow councillors, think that it could probably be done. We could fix it up without having to replace the whole lot. Have you any ideas as to what it would cost, as I think was suggested, sorry, to change the toilets and replace the tiles on the walls without doing a complete replacement? Will we be looking at 50,000?
Through the chair, I think $50,000 could be certainly a nominated figure that could do a refurb for sure. The basis of this quotation was a complete demolish, remove and re-establishment of a new facility on the basis of some previous discussion as to its locality and seclusion and the like and aging type of assets. So certainly could be done for $50,000, I would think.
And if I could just go to J, the shared pedestrian cycle and footpath construction. Again, is that going to become a rolling expense year out to increase to do this pedestrian cycle and footpath construction? I know we've had footpath construction already, as is raised by Councillor McKechnie. If we don't approve this, does that mean we have no footpath construction in Oberon this year? Next year, sorry, to 21, 22.
Through the chair, that would be correct. There would be no footpath construction.
Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would say there'd be no additional footpath construction as there is already.
I thought some had been already budgeted to go. So how much are we
This is
budgeted to
about
do?
additional stuff.
How much are we budgeted to do without this additional?
138,000 is the residual within the TI.
So we've got 138,000 already allocated to
Yes.
footpath construction.
Yeah, this
Look, I support the bulk of goods. I don't have to query that anymore. On the underground power, we've certainly, all of us know that it's a considerable cost to do this. Could I ask through you, Madam Mayor, the Technical Services Director, the comments made by Councillor McCarthy, my colleague Councillor McCarthy, about the RMS work and going to make it more difficult to do this in the future if we don't make some, at least do some trenching and putting conduits in the ground. Is that the situation that you foresee?
Through the chair, look, certainly with the figure there of $300,000, I see that it would be certainly a lot more than $300,000 to complete the underground power itself. There is a very real reality that Transport for New South Wales will potentially extend their funding to improve additional pavement upgrades to Oberon Street. And undoubtedly that would be further west toward the central business district of Oberon Street, I would think. I just don't have a time frame or a definite time frame from Transport as to their commitment with that funding at this stage.
So my comment is, obviously with electricity projects, you can do it in stages, in that if you know a street's being upgraded, you trench it, put the conduit in, put pull-throughs or whatever you put in, and you obviously put your conduits in, put your warning tapes and everything else and have it ready to go, especially if you know that the street's going to be repaved.
Yeah, through the chair, certainly. I understand your concept. Yeah.
So would that would easily be covered by 300,000, because Oberon Council will be doing the bulk of that work, as I think Enercon told us. Now they're requiring us to do the trenching, etc. My question is, and I'm not talking about going into individual properties at this stage, I'm just talking about going under the streets. We've got a real risk of, not a risk, but a real benefit, I suppose, of RMS repaving and applying a decent bitumen seal on that part of the street. Should we be looking at that as an option? Bearing in mind, we know this is going to be closer to $1 million than 300,000 as a total project. But I, like Councillor McCarthy, the worst thing you see is when you we just have new pavement put down and the next thing we're tearing it up to put in underground power.
Yeah, through the chair, undoubtedly, I think certainly it's a good investment to be able to be in a position to have conduits in place prior to any road pavement, and I don't disagree there. That would be certainly it would be advantageous to do so, no doubt. And that's on the assumption that certainly Essential Energy are of the same agreement with regard to conduits and the amount of conduits that are required per the approved design. So certainly $300,000 would go some way to ensuring that there's security on conduits under the road prior to that work.
And nothing else would have to be pulled up in the future.
Certainly that would be the view that
Yeah.
we're taking. Yes.
Can I just ask you, but there are other ways you can conduits under roads if they were built that way, like you can.
Yeah, there's Ian
Underbore
Meeks who
and-
puts his borer in. I've used
It's not
him.
the other- In fact, I was of the opinion from the conversation we had with Enercon was that that was their preferred method. So if that helps,
If you can afford it.
It's
if you,
expensive.
if you can afford it.
It doubles the price.
May I just make a comment before we go any further? Just to change the train of thought, I know Andrew said that you come up with a wall and go halfway and then what's that? If you put expansion strips in vertically, then you can complete the wall at the top, even though it doesn't support it. If you get what I mean, you get the
Yeah, I
same kilter from top to bottom if you have an expansion joint. So I'll change someone's train of thought. That's-
Councillor Gibbon, are you ready to?
I think I am, Madam Mayor. So, and I'm not sure what this adds up to because as a result of my questions, I have somewhat. So I think I support the curb and gutter. I don't support the common. Can I leave C aside for a minute, please?
Yep.
Sporting grounds and amenity improvements, I agree. Beautification program, I agree. I'll leave F aside at the moment, please. Community hub fit out, no. Apex Park toilet block replacement, 50,000, not 130,000. Herb David Park shade sale, no. Shared pedestrian cycle and footpath construction, as we've already got a considerable 138,000 of that this year, I think I would say no on that. I'm not sure what all that adds up to.
190 at this point in time.
Bulky goods, councillor?
Oh, sorry, bulky goods, 80,000, yes,
Okay.
I apologise. So it's 198,000, isn't it?
Yep.
We've got 370 to go. Roughly.
Councillor?
Yes, I'm.
Question what he's thinking that might help answer.
Yep.
Didn't we speak at that meeting with Enercon that the section you were going to hot mix wasn't going to interfere with? We were going that way, weren't we, with the hot mix?
You're through the tubes between.
Is that where the underground or the overhead is?
Through the tubes outside the actual area that we're talking about. So the asphalt that Transport for New South Wales will undertake now is between Earl and Strathroy Avenue.
Right.
But the director did say that there may be further funding, but that's uncertain at this time to take it further. Councillor McKibben?
Use it or lose it, sir.
Yep. So I would allocate. If I would allocate three, I know it's not going to do it. I'll allocate 315 to the Edith Rock Wall. And the remainder
Councillor, we need to move on.
I would put to the shared pedestrian cycle and footpath construction.
Thank you. Councillor Gibbons?
Curb and gutter a tick. Yeah, just rock wall, a tick. I just think once you start something and you have water issues, and the concrete that's there gets a bit rickety, let's get in and get the job done. Sports ground amenities, yes. Beautification program is. Now, the drainage at Ross Street, is that most of the drainage that's coming off the sports ground, the show ground, and down through, and where does it go from there, or what are we trying to do?
Yeah, through the chair, there's a bit of a concentrated issue there with big storm events where you get localised flooding issues. So we're trying to, I suppose, disperse and control that water better.
Because it certainly builds up before you turn up my lane, whether, is it another set of pipes or what do you plan doing?
Yeah, through the chair, use some pipe culvert extensions and the like, and trying to divert water so it disperses a bit more evenly instead of concentrated.
Probably give that a miss for a year. Community hub fit out, no. Apex Park toilets, I think the 50,000. The Herb David Park shade sale, look, I'd have to put that a tick. I see a lot of young children up there, and I've taken grandchildren there myself. There's not a tree in the park, and on the hot days, everything's hot, and so I'd have to put that in. Shade sale. I'm not sure what I'm up to.
540.
540, so I'd say the shared pedestrian cycleway. Well, you got to find a few to what I can, how much over the beautification program could go. If that helps, somewhere about there. Yep.
Go and do this.
Okay, go. Okay, me, it's the curb and gutter. Rock wall. I think we committed last year when we put that guttering in to our community that we would erect that rock wall. And I think it will be a great addition to the entry of our town and the aspect of the common. So I'm in favour of that one. The sporting amenity. Herb David Park Shay sale. The shared pedestrian cycleway. The bulky goods. And if you could tell me what I'm up to.
528.
The balance would go to the rejuvenation of the Apex Park toilet. It won't replace it, but it will go some way to rejuvenating it. Okay. Councillors.
Okay.
So from my calculations, and I've just worked from the number of votes each of these things got. I had curb and gutter, 100,000. The bulky goods, 8,000. The pedestrian footpath construction, 50,000. Herb David Shade sale, 35,000. The drainage at Ross Street, 65,000. Beautification program, 10,000. The sports ground and amenities, 30,000. The common, 100,000. And the next thing is the residual of the Edith retaining rock wall being $170,030.
Really?
I didn't, I thought there was quite a vote against the additional common,
Sorry, the common got 4 votes.
right?
I think the other one there that was did you mention the Apex Park toilet block?
Apex Park toilet block got 1 vote and 3 partials. And the reason why I've included the Edith Road, because the Edith Road got 3 full votes and 3 partials.
I thought the Apex, yeah, okay, I thought.
Keep going. No, it's the only way you work it out,
Yeah, I
councillor.
thought the Apex Park, there were several comments that they didn't support the full amount, but they supported the reduction. I
Sure,
think
so it had 1 full allocation
Three
and
partials.
3 partials. That were the 2 next
one.
ones on my list.
I thought, who were the partials? Because I thought I was partial
So Andrew, yourself,
Kathy.
Gibbons and
And-
Sajewicz were partial.
and,
And 1 full
And
one
Clive.
from
And
McCarthy.
Clive.
no, there were more than that.
Like at 30.
There were 5.
No.
There was Sedgwick, McKibben, McKechnie, McCarthy,
No, there
Tony.
No,
wasn't.
no, 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 no.
I
Through
can speak
through
for
the chair, councillor Kellam was a question mark. Councillor Donny was a question mark, wanted it reduced. Councillor McKechnie was a question mark. Councillor McCarthy was a question mark, but said 30,000. Councillor Capel was yes. Councillor McKibben was yes, but 50,000. Councillor Gibbons was yes, but 50,000, and Councillor Sedgwick's 40,000.
That's
Yes.
7 partials and 1 full.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 partials. The others
4
didn't give
partials
any
is
figures, they
30.
just left it as a question mark.
That's all.
And
Yeah,
their
but
figures.
So
yeah.
the reason why I didn't give that any credence is because the monies that they've already supplied went beyond
Went beyond.
the monies allocated anyway. So it was an additional allocation, which is why I did include it. If council are of a mind to reduce the number of spend on the Edith Road rock wall and increase the spend on the Apex Park toilet block replacement, it's entirely up to them.
And Matt, could I ask a question, please? Was everyone aware, for instance, for the common, that this was an additional amount over and above the 320,000 already allocated to it?
I understand it,
Yeah,
Madam
I
Mayor, for you to be an
Everyone understood that?
annual vote.
Right, that's fine.
I think everybody understood that. Okay, councillors. This is what we are going to, or we've decided to allocate. I'm not quite sure, can I ask just before we put the vote, how the 170,000 put aside for the Edith Road rock retaining wall can be utilised? I mean, it's pointless allocating funding to something that can't be done as a partial, or is not recommended to be done as a partial project.
My only suggestion, Madam Mayor, would be that there would be a level that you could raise it to and then add it on, or as Councillor McCarthy said, do it in steps.
And
Okay,
also, Madam Mayor, what I had in mind was phasing it over 2 years and starting, for example, starting construction in April. and Taking it through the next.
but that's
financial year.
reliant on the next council allocating money to this rock wall. That's reliant on that premise, which may or may not happen. I'm allowing some informal discussion here.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't vote for it, but could I ask maybe those who voted for the common, the 100,000 additional, maybe they would like to allocate that to the Edith Rockwall so that we at least have a substantial sum there, which would make at least 270,000. But that's up to other councillors, it's not up to me.
So that brings it, that's one suggestion, but we've also got now an issue with potentially having toilets and an upgrade versus a complete new establishment. So council need to resolve firstly the allocation. And as I said, I've gone through the criteria that each council voted on. So we're reasonably similar. The only thing is that I didn't give any credits to, well, I could go with it, but I'd reduce it, or I'd reduce it when there was an allocation above and beyond what the 580. And I'm not saying that's right. It's just the philosophy that I have.
From what I understand from the director, the councillors that said they would put a partial amount to the toilet had already expended their allocation before it got to toilet. Am I not hearing that? Okay, could you please explain it differently then?
So the allocation that's been put to the toilet on the last 3 votes was the residual that they had left.
Okay, which came to?
Well, 50, 50 and 40.
Okay.
Councillor McCarthy indicated that he'd be willing to consider 30,000 for it. And councillors Donny and Callum said, yeah, but I'd consider a lower cost.
And
Refurbishment, not a repair.
I think McKechnie said that too.
Yep. Sorry.
I think 30.
So there is a consensus that councillors would like to consider Apex Park toilets, just not a
So
complete.
whereas what we're looking at in this, on the screen, the Apex toilets are crossed out, which means no allocation at all.
Well, that's what I've said, but that's because Sharon's gone by the full allocation, and I said that it didn't get supported from my rundown.
Madam Mayor.
What would you like?
Councillor Keller.
Madam Mayor, I just want to get clarification. Did we resolve previously that we would allocate 100,000 per year to the common for a period, or have we just done that informally?
Through the chair, it's gone back some time now that councillors saw an opportunity to enhance the common and continue it through an allocation of 100,000 each year.
Okay, and we know we have 350,000, and that will be spent in this coming financial year.
We're hoping to do a number of projects in accordance with the common working parties matrix.
Financial year's up in a couple of weeks.
The coming financial year.
This is the 2021-22.
I realise that.
So if there's 350,000 for the common, is that what we're saying?
It's already there. It's
So,
already- This is 100,000 addition.
Why can that 100,000 be superseded for the year if we've got another 300?
Well, that's why I'm
Well,
suggesting.
it
it's
can't,
allocated.
it can, because this is a new resolution of council
So
now.
I'm
I
I
suggested
understand what
going.
councillor Keller is saying.
So we're going to have $350,000 spent next year, and there will be another opportunity to allocate $100,000 in the following financial year.
Yep.
Now, I'm aware that having extra money allocated next year is not a problem. We can roll it over, but it might be an opportunity to satisfy a general groundswell there about getting something done in the Apex Park toilets to allocate, call it $30,000 of that 100,000 for the common, and just reduce it for.
Reduce the common?
Yep. How do people feel about that?
I'd like to put the other 70,000 to the rock pool. So
I agree. I think that's a sensible.
I think we should be, look, we have 315 or 350,000 for common already. It's going to take a lot of project management to get all that spent. 2021-22, I would have thought, to get all those projects, that amount done. My suggestion is we suspend the 100,000 for the common in the coming year, i.e. don't allocate it, and that be allocated to the Apex Park toilet block and the Edith Road rock wall, because the Edith Road rock wall is going to enhance the common anyhow.
I am quite mindful that we spend the $350,000. We haven't put anything in back in the bank. That the following financial year, the common may be somewhat distressed in our plans.
Okay, councillors.
Mayor, can I just get a clarification on the rock wall?
Yeah.
Have we a quote, a firm quote?
I think when we put in the gutter, there was
There was sorry, through the chair, there was an indicative quote at the time. Look, I mean, certainly, I think there's room for additional scoping to be had from a few other.
well, all of these projects will need additional scoping.
And is the stone to be laid like Churchill, or is it going to be laid like the signs? You know how the signs are dry rock wall. Well, are we going to keep it the same as that? But there's a big variation there because one's twice as quick, and the other one, I'd like the council to consider that if you're going to provide the funds, there's someone that does a magnificent job with stones that we employ, that with him and a labourer,
Yeah.
it mightn't cost that much.
First, we've got to get.
I realise that. I understand that, but
Yeah.
it might change the costing, the amount of money you need.
Yes, and it possibly could.
That person might want to do it either.
So, okay, councillors. This is where we are at the moment. You can see in front of you. Does anyone have any? So what we're saying is $100,000 curb and gutter,
I think that's a given, Madam Mayor. That's
and-
stretched across the board.
70,000 for the common.
Unless we transfer it to the,
Edith Road
Okay.
retaining. wall.
And that's what
and I think that would be reasonable.
to Edith Road rock.
So if.
Are we all in
if-
agreement here, councillors?
So can I just, there was 4 votes for the common,
Yeah.
being Kellam, Donny, McKechnie and Capel.
Yeah.
If they are of that opinion, I think that you then have, if you want to do that, that's fine, because all of them except Capel have supported the Apex Park toilet. So if the four councillors who voted for the common want to redirect some to the Apex Park toilet and the residual to Edith rock wall, I think you have some consensus. However, I'm not sure whether that's the case.
Councillor Kellam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've already compromised, and this is about achieving an outcome rather than winning a debate. And I'm happy to compromise yet again, and let's go. I'm happy to have that 70,000 done. It's moved across the retaining wall. Now, that facilitates an outcome, and we are all happy with that. I think I'm perfectly happy to do that.
Anybody unhappy with that?
So I'm just not clear there, though, with what do we do with the initial 30?
It went to.
You went the Apex Park toilet
Apex
block.
Park toilets and
Instead of
70
replacement, can we call it upgrade rather than replacement now, please?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's better. Refurbishment.
Yeah, on that.
Happy now? Okay, councillors.
Now that you've agreed, I'm going to take the strikeouts and tidy this up just before you vote, if that's okay.
Okay.
And at this point in time, it adds up to $568,030.
Good work.
We've got some spare.
Where did the $30 come from?
30 cents.
Oh, the Edith Rockwell.
We've got $50 spare.
Okay, councillors, this
That is
is
the total.
now the list. Does anybody have any objections to this list? If they don't, I'm going to put that as the resolution. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to now move an amendment. The council resolve Do I need to? I didn't. No, I don't. I didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is that council resolve to collect and adopt the following 2021-22 town improvement levy projects to a maximum total of $568,030 in accordance with discussions as agreed at this meeting. Curb and gutter $100,000, Edith Road retaining rock wall $240 and $30. Sporting grounds and amenity improvements, $30,000, beautification program, $10,000, drainage Ross Street and Oberon Common, $65,000, Apex Park toilet block upgrade, $30,000, Herb David Shea sale, $35,000, shared pedestrian cycle and footpath construction, $50,000, bulky goods collection, $8,000. All in favour? Carried, thank you.
Unanimous. Well
Now,
done.
councillors, we go back to item 1 on item 1303. The recommendation is that council adopt the 2021-22 operational plan, long-term financial plan and 2021-22 statement of revenue policy as submitted in report 1303. Councillor Callum, Councillor McKibben, thank you. You wish to speak to this, Councillor Callum?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. We've had a look at this last month. It's been on exhibition. We've had a number of minor amendments, some perhaps not so minor. But I think that is a learning process that some of our newer staff have gone through. And that is all for the good. I think it is a good plan. I think it's as close to a balanced budget as you can reasonably expect. Certainly within fractions of a percent of our turnover. And I would commend the operational plan to council.
Councillor. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd agree with Councillor Callum. There were some quite marked changes, including bank charges of 25,000, and obviously registration change of 69,000. Is the figure that's been put in for the Oberon Pool and Fitness Centre? I think it's 368,000. Is that in line with what we forecast it was going to cost us to run that facility? It was previously an operational lease, I think, wasn't it?
It is.
So that's why the operational lease is
It's been superseded
by that, and I think it was slightly less. But is it about what we contemplated when we entered into the contract with the wife?
Yes,
About
it
that
is.
figure?
Yes.
So it's within the budget. I can't remember what I know we had a figure in there, but I can't remember what it was. With the halfway down page 67, the 346,609, which we talked about before, the ESL. So if the government's going to pay that, I suppose it will have no impact really, because it was an income was coming in from our ratepayers. So it was an income and an expense side, wasn't it?
So that through the chair, the ESL is something that we have to pay as part of our requirements. The difference that we have to pay to.
Oh, so this 346 was actually the amount was not included for our portion of the ESL, not the Delta.
No, it was our portion of the ESL.
Right, yeah, okay.
So there will be a saving
of three,
which I won't.
No, but we were going
to tell you until we get the bill.
But we were going to be charging ratepayers
11.7% anyway.
We have to pay 11.7%.
That's correct.
But we were then, from what we had been told until we've heard this afternoon,
yes,
we were then going to be levying, if I can use that expression, ratepayers for the ESL, so that we're getting income from them. We have a charge because the government, we have to pay the government as the collection agency. So it would be an in and out. So there shouldn't be any difference to the accounts, I'm assuming, for that delta. Is that right?
No.
Oh, okay.
So we have been told previously that council were going to pay the levy with the additional component attached to that.
Yes.
That additional component is highlighted within the report.
Yes.
From the letter that we received today, we are now no longer required to pay the difference that the normal ESL without the additional workers' comp and
not the amount
additional provisions.
not the amount that we're going to levy the ratepayers. Yeah, I thought it was the amount we were going to, that was the part we were being asked to be the collection agency for.
No, that's the total.
Okay, all right, fine. So it is a saving.
There will be a saving, and that will be highlighted through the first quarter budget.
Okay. What is, if I can ask, is the area promotion income on page 68, item J? Is that a income we've been given by the government to promote our area?
Oh, no, it's the area of promotion is tourism projects.
So we've been,
So we've decreased it slightly from what it was to start with.
we may only receive 50,000, so it's from the state government.
Correct. Oh, it's those initiatives that we undertake as part of tourism projects, yes.
So we normally receive 100,000, but we're only thinking we're going to get 50,000 this year. 2021-22.
The original draft indicated 100,000. Staff in budgeting wanted to be conservative in their budgeting, which is why it was reduced to 50,000.
And I know, I think I noted that we're not, the Heritage Committee is not receiving any money this year, and I assume that's because of the Heritage Advisors being, Heritage expenses. We had for 2021 15,000, and there's nothing for 21-22. That is page 3 of 18 in the attachments.
We've got 13,000 over the 2 years.
Yeah. It was just recently announced.
It hasn't.
It's in the grants, it's in the grants report.
Right, okay, but it's not in the, so in the income statement,
It will change, yes.
Quarter 1 adjustment.
it'll be a quarter 1 adjustment. Okay, that's why I was querying it. Okay,
It's only not long been on this.
all right, that's all the questions I have, Madam Mayor. I'm prepared, I'm happy to second the adoption of the 2021-22 operational plan, long-term financial plan, and statement of revenue policy.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCarthy.
Madam Mayor, I've read this with the general manager, but I think we need another category out the tip. When we have compacted waste come in, we charge $20 a square metre for a figure. They've already had a go at compacting this waste. So really it should be
You're
twice.
talking about fees and charges.
Yes, in the fees and charges. So out the tip, if these many chip people and Cleanaway, who tell us the rubbish is only from Oberon. Anyway, I think the compacted waste should have another fee and charge, which is half as much again or double. And there's another category putting our fees and charges.
I think the general manager has indicated that there will be a report coming back to July around this very subject.
Oh, TIF and fees and
We've got to
charges.
adopt this now.
And fees and
I
charges.
think you should have
Can
that
be
line.
it can be adjusted at the
Okay.
quarterly review.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just didn't have the information to supply as part of this one, councillor. If we do that, it can simply be done through a full report.
Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just part of some of the adjustments I'd like a little bit of clarity on. Page 67, third paragraph down. This question of the town improvement fund, second last sentence, additional advice has been prepared for council will be provided upon receipt. We raised that before. I was hoping that would be clarified before we actually made our key decisions here. Do we have some idea of when that may occur?
Through the chair, I will be providing it to council laws in the near future. But the following sentence after that, that this advice does not preclude council from endorsing current projects, is the carryover from that advice.
I'm glad to hear that, but I also would like to be informed about the advice. Further down the page, the information technology, that's one of my little bugbears that I just, as I said, at all levels of government. It's a raw, really. 100,000 from internal reserves, which is a significant budgetary shift. that is from untied reserves, and that's a decision we've made, or it's from tied reserves, or is this reflecting something we've already had in reserve
Correct.
for this
For
same
this purpose.
For this purpose, okay. Thanks very much. Over the page to 68. Just as we missed motor registration for $5,000 for the whole council, which only the computer could have thought that made sense. Independent living units income increased by $110,000. Could I just have an explanation as to how that significant a change occurred?
6 new units.
When I looked at that, my mathematics must be fairly poor then. That's you're telling me that's the annual income
For the 22 units.
for the 22 units. Well, that's not 6, that's 22.
There was 6 new units.
You agree?
For
So that's the
all-
total income for all
So there's additional income of 109,000, which was
from those 6.
from the complete units, yeah.
Says it's increased by 109,000, not less than right. For only $100 a week, that's 60,000.
That's right.
So that is for the total units. Isn't it?
Would have to be.
That's
No.
what I thought.
It just, I don't know, you might need to consider that. That doesn't quite
Yeah, I'll have a look. Thank
add
you.
up. And the industrial land sale, possible sale. I'm just not, just classification. Selling a industrial land or any land just goes into the land bank, yes?
That's correct.
How does that affect our operational income? Does it affect our? It affects our total budgetary income, but does it affect our operational income? Because it's not an item, it's expended, it's straight income, isn't it, into the land reserve.
That's right. And that's what we're predicting as part of the budget for 21-22.
All right,
So we use that as part of our total.
We're not using that
total
to,
income.
we're not using, does that assist our move towards a small surplus?
No.
Yes, thank you very much. I think they were just in the attachments, we don't need to go there, but I thought we should have noted 2 things. One, that when we're talking about potential borrowing of $3 million for the sewer fund, there's really no reference to our Office of Local Government measure relevant for that, which is the
Own source revenue.
No, the one that tells you your debt to
Oh,
equity.
yeah.
Ability to cover your debt.
The debt ratio. Our debt ratio. Our willingness to be able to cover debt. Debt services ratio.
Debt servicing ratio.
Yeah, I think we need that number in there. People talk about debt, but our debt is exceptionally low.
Well, the number will be in there if we actually borrow it.
Sure, that'll be there. But the reference is made in here when we're talking about other budgetary things, own source, operating revenue, and operating performance. And on this page, there is the potential, the sewer fund, and we're talking about borrowing $3 million. I think that number should be in there to inform us at the same time.
Take that on note.
And generally, if it's not such a small sum of money, but symbolically, I don't like the 5% in the sewer increase. We've got 150% asset replacement ratio in the sewer anyway. I don't like 5%, but I don't think I'd get into support in knocking it back. They're my concerns about that. Thinking better me.
Any other comments here, councillors? Councillor McKibben, is there something new? Or
Yes,
something
madam,
you're
it is.
reiterating?
It's, on page 16 of 17, this is in the attachments. Something I forgot to raise before. borrowing costs under the sewer fund are at zero, whereas I thought we were actually borrowing the 3 million from the sewer fund. They shouldn't, although those borrowing costs are reflected in the general fund, they're actually to be allocated to the sewer fund, which is paying those borrowing costs. Why are they zero?
Through the chair, they have not been included in that long term yet because there hasn't been a final decision to make those borrowings. Once the borrowings are confirmed, then the figures would be included in the forecast.
So under the general fund, where it's got borrowing costs, those amounts do not include the 3 million. Okay, so, but if we do make that decision, then the 3 million will go under the borrowing cost of the sewer. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Any other comments here, councillors? And put in the recommendation, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Councillors, we will now take a comfort break. It's 8:25 and we're only on page 75 of the business paper. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Cup of tea.
I'll get some water for you. There's no water in it here.
Councillors, can I just remind you, thank you, councillors. We will now resume the meeting at 8:33 and we are going to item 70, page 74, item 1304, investment policy 2211 review. The recommendation is there that council place the investment policy 2211 as reported on public exhibition for 28 days prior to adoption at the July 2021 ordinary meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Kellam, thank you, and Councillor McKibben. Councillor Kellam, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. About this time last year, when we were going through the initial stage of the COVID pandemic, we prudently decided to tighten up the the investment policy, and that was based on the perceived need to make our capital investments as safe as they possibly could be. Things have changed a bit since then, and this proposed policy has been put up, which we'll be putting on exhibition. I would note, inform councillors that at the ARIC meeting last week, we actually ran the policy past them, and they were happy with both the intent and the letter of this proposed policy. And it remains within the Office of Local Government guidelines. It simply gives our staff more flexibility to seek better investments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, look, I'm happy to second this in the current less tenuous economic circumstances for Australia. I think it's prudent that we increase the levels of investments in all the ratings areas to allow more flexibility for council to invest. As has been indicated by Councillor Kellam, we obviously took a prudent approach last year, but now that we have actually seen what has occurred with COVID-19 and the impacts in Australia, and I'm talking about Australia, not necessarily the world, I think it's prudent that we can release we'll make the amendments that are proposed in this policy. So I'm happy to second it.
Councillor, are there any other comments on this one, Councillor McCarthy?
Madam Mayor, it's a bit out of my league, but we also remember Lehman's thing that was recommended by the state government at the time. But I'm glad to see this change.
Okay, good, thank you. Any other comments here, councillors? If not,
Just checking.
Councillor Dunn.
There is no. I appreciate Councillor McKibben's advice at the time, fully supported 100%, but there is no change in this investment policy of that nature, which was the illegal sale of collateralised debt obligations to local government.
Thank you, councillor. Putting the recommendation, councillors, all in favour? Thank you. Page 90, councillors, item 1305, community hub procurement. The recommendation is that council resolve to enter into a select tender process for the design and construct tender of the Oberon Community Hub. that council delegate the general manager to appoint a design architect through procurement guidelines as this falls within current delegation, and that council delegate the general manager to appoint a successful design finalisation and construction contract should it be required during council's caretaker period. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McKibben, thank you, and Councillor Kellam, thank you. Councillor McKibben, would you like to speak to this recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think we've had a very professional presentation tonight on how the community hub procurement is to occur and how the evaluation is to occur, the appointment of an architect first instance to develop the concept design that's already been, the concept design that's already been done, and then how we're going to go to the design and construction contract and the amount of information that we're going to be able to provide to a select tender panel, which is going to be selected from after the expression of interest has been issued. And then we will select those to whom a request for tender is to be issued. I'm happy, very happy to proceed on the basis of the three resolutions, noting in particular the continual observance of ensuring that what our architect and how it moves ahead with the concept design and prior to the issue of the RFT, at each stage there's going to be an analysis of are we going to be able to achieve what we want within the $3 million budget, and also as has been indicated by Chris Milne tonight, they'll be detailing the final finishes, accepted quality standards and other things that are obviously highly critical to achieving a community hub that is the standard that we would expect as a council. The only questions I suppose I would ask in relation to 2 and 3, does the appoint a design architect and appoint a successful design finalisation mean that the general manager will execute both those contracts? Do you need a specific authorisation to execute the contracts, or is a point sufficient? It's a point of clarity I'd ask.
Through the chair, the clarity is quite clear from my perspective in terms of the delegation that you're affording.
So that would allow you to execute the contracts?
Absolutely, if required. The first one is a given, sorry, point 2 is a given that we'll appoint a architect to complete the final design.
And you'll execute a design type contract with him?
Correct.
With that company?
With that company, yes. The second part being appointing the general manager to appoint a successful final design and construction contract. I would only do that should council endorse the design to start with. So there is a level of thing that I would bring back to council regardless.
So what stage would that be? And would that be in the close down period? That's the question.
That is the rationale behind the delegation at this point in time.
But if you're going to
however, the way that we're anticipating that process to work is where I believe that we'll be able to bring a report back to that final design.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to ensure that the appoint, and I think you've dealt with it, does allow execution of the appropriate contracts.
Yep. I believe it does.
I'm asking you because this is the resolution we're making. I don't want you to have a question, can I execute the contract or
not? This is very clear.
And we do want contracts executed as something later on that indicates there's, we want to ensure contracts are executed and good contracts with both these entities.
Agreed.
Subject to that, Madam Mayor, I'm very happy to move all 3 parts of this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm pleased with the questions that Councillor Kibben asked, because they were the ones that I think are front and centre. And I asked General Manager through you, Madam Mayor, that the final design, I assume the council will get to see that. Because or something. Well, if you're going to execute the contract, we need to see it there.
That's right.
Yes. The other thing, of course, is that I understand the DA will be on the agenda for the first meeting of the new council in September, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's what the expectation is, either the first meeting or the second meeting, depending on how that progresses and the want of the new council at the time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second all three parts of this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Madam Mayor, my questions are very similar. But for one, I'm not sure about confidentiality, but I would like to see a, in simple terms, budget outline this so that we know that we're within our resources. Can I draw your attention to page 94? The last paragraph, and perhaps my commercial skills are laying me down. The last paragraph, due to council caretaker no leave for council election, delegation of the general manager to appoint successful design and construction contractor is recommended to achieve program deadlines while council is the caretaker mode. Councillor McKibben said that the general manager could delegate through delegation, enter a contract with the architect, and then his second point was can enter a contract with design and construct. Now, if we've entered a contract with design and construct under delegation, but we haven't approved the DA, am I getting my ducks out of line here?
Through the chair, your DA will approve the use. The construction certificate will approve the design. As I've said previously, I believe that the alignment will be that all these things will line up to be catered for at the same time, being the first meeting of the new council or the second meeting of the new
That
council.
was my belief. So therefore, where's the need for the delegated authority?
It does say in there if required.
If required.
That's should it be required is what's in the recommendation.
I'm just wondering what is the context of that, should it be required?
Caretaker mode.
Well, we will be in caretaker mode. I don't think that answers the question. We will be in caretaker mode, so therefore it will be required.
I think what it does is short track any potential that there could be an issue with an election. I'm not envisaging it.
Perhaps I'll.
If council are of the opinion that they don't want to authorise the general manager to have at the dot point, I'd recommend they take it out.
Have you
if you've
said
got
it,
an issue.
Madam Mayor, through you, has the general manager satisfied himself that this would be a proper and legal process for him to do
I
that?
have asked this question. I've been assured yes.
Like that, so I can only ask the question
Yeah.
and take the same assurance. Is the general manager giving that assurance?
Yeah.
Again?
Through the mayor, I'm happy to give that assurance that I believe that if required, it's there.
Thank you,
If the
Madam Mayor.
general manager opts to do that, that will be the decision of the general manager.
Pursuant to comments from the public, questions from the public today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam.
Any other comments before I go back to Councillor McKibben? Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question, if I may, and it relates to something Councillor Doney said. As I understand, we have a period of time in which to expend and use this money for this project. If we do not provide the delegated authority of the general manager to act in the what do they call it, the close down period for prior to the council election, then it is highly possible, I'm not sure if it's probable, that then this project could extend beyond the period for which we have to expend the money. Is that not the case?
This is the case.
So I think that should also be noted somewhere, and I would actually like it noted in the minutes, because I think that is really a reason for which we have to make part of the reason for which we have to make this decision to give the delegation to the general manager. Otherwise, we may not have expended the money and done the work by the time we have to under the timeline provided for the grant. I don't know how that would be noted in the minutes, but I think it should be.
That is the whole reason that the delegation is there.
Any other comments here, councillors? Putting the recommendation, all in favour? Carries, thank you. Page 95, councillors, item 1306, Curtis Street Units Project Closeout Report. The recommendation is that council receive report item 1306 as information, that council approve a transfer of $18,144.97 from the Land Bank Reserve to general funds in the current financial year, and that council approve a transfer of $18,144.97 back to the Land Bank Reserve during the 2021-22 financial year from rental received from the independent living units. Do I have a mover?
Madam Mayor, could I ask for the three of them to be treated? Or could I ask for item 1 to be treated separately and then item 2 and 3 treated together? Is that possible?
We have a second for that. Councillor Kellam, thank you. All in favour? And we will treat item 1. Can someone move that the report item 1306 is received as information, please? Councillor Pelham, Councillor Capel, thank you. Anyone wish to talk to that? All in favour? Very, thank you. Recommendation part 2.
Sorry.
2 together? Separately?
It's separate, yes. Together. Sorry, I'm happy with 2 and 3 being treated together. Yes.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Pelham? Is that how you understood it?
That's what I understood.
That council approve a transfer of $18,144.97 from the Land Bank Reserve to general funds in the current financial year, and that council approve a transfer of $18,144.97 back to the Land Bank Reserve during 2021-22 financial year from rental received for the independent living units. Can I have a mover for items 1 and 2, please?
2 and 3.
Sorry, 2 and 3. Councillor McKibben and Councillor Pelham. Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to items 2 and 3?
Madam Mayor, I was a little confused, Council, on item 1. So does that go back for discussion now, or that's been passed?
That's been passed. We're receiving this report for information.
Okay, well, I did want to talk to it, but
I did ask.
I did put my hand up, but doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Councillor.
Yeah, because I had some questions in relation to that report.
Sorry, Councillor. Can you relate the questions to 2 and 3?
Well, Madam Mayor, I understand that there's a confidential report. I'm not going to talk about that. But when you have a closeout report, we ask for 2 things. 1 is how we went against budget, and 2, how we went against schedule. Now, as I understand from reading the September 2019 papers, and I did read them again, it was intended that this company, Nick Harvey, for timeliness was rated not the best in the evaluation. There were other companies ahead of it.
Councillor, this will be addressed as confidential. You're impinging on confidential information now.
Not because there's no, but we asked.
But you are discussing a tender under contract. 2019.
Madam Mayor, that was in public.
Sorry, Councillor.
That was in the public domain, that it was appointed, who was appointed to do it, and the schedule. And that's in 2019. So we appointed a company out of that.
I'm sorry, Councillor, sorry.
Sorry. We appointed a company in 2019. That was on the record.
Yeah.
Okay. I understood at that stage,
yes,
they provided a price.
Right.
Right? They also provided a time for doing the project.
Right.
Okay. I'm not talking about any of the reasons for the delay. I'm just talking about the schedule.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll give you to proceed then, Councillor.
So, as I said, when a closeout report is done, and I realise this is not in the confidential, but it normally indicates that these units were due to be completed September 2020. They were not completed till the 17th of February 2021.
Yep.
So there was a delay. That delay, the reasons for it, to some of them, are dealt with separately. I understand that.
Yep.
But that should be a schedule which we have within this closeout report. It should say, this is the time,
Mhm.
it's gone to this time. Now, if the reasons are somewhere else, that's fine, but when we
I
report a
understand.
closeout report, it should have cost, price, and schedule. In relation to the variations, which are on page 96, I have some difficulty in understanding why home warranty insurance was not included in the original budget. I don't know why the slab had to be upgraded from M to H2, and why that was not known at the time we went out for our request for tender. Same with the removal of the garages. Retaining walls due to hitting rock. I understand that that's a variation, unless we did a geotech report. The bollard lights, I assume, was an afterthought and is an additional item. Installing disabled handrails, I thought should have been taken account of, and I would have thought the bitumen should have been taken account of, at least. So if I could ask and I realise the Director of Planning was not the Director of Planning at the time, so it's a hard ask, but some of those expenses, some of those variations, I'm a bit perplexed as to why they've arisen after the event and not before. Now, I don't think anything I have said infringes on confidential.
No, it hasn't.
I'm very aware of that.
Thank you.
So I suppose the first, if I maybe
Yes.
I'll put, so maybe if you could comment on schedule first. I'm not saying we need to know the reasons, but the original schedule was 7 months. We've gone a lot longer, so that should at least be reported. You can then say that the reasons for that are partly dealt with in a confidential report, but there may be some reasons for that schedule blowout that are not dealt with in confidential and are public. I'll leave that to the general manager.
So through the chair, you've just indicated what they were, so I don't think we have to go back over time. It was known that it should have been done by September and it was finished in February. You've made that comment.
That's
You
open.
know that schedule is now on the public record through this.
But it should have been in here.
Well, I could.
Yeah.
It's dealt with in a separate report and.
The reasons
I'll
are.
do that.
Yeah.
In regards to the variations are there because of the separation between two contracts, between the builder and the other components that were removed from that building contract. If you can remember back, they were two separate contracts. There was a building contract and then there was a separate report there. So that's why those are separated from the.
I don't think these were identified at the time, were they?
No, they were done as part of doing the development. They were advised through that process.
Okay, I can't recall them being advised at the time, but anyway.
We knew that we separated the landscaping works from the contract.
I remember that.
So
But does that include
forms
the
part of
garage,
it.
the bitumen and
Yes,
everything?
it does. So that's why they're variations to the original scope of work.
Upgrading the slab.
Upgrading the slab, I'm not too sure about, that I could take on notice and
That's
get back
fine.
to you. But ultimately, if a slab was not able to be used, it has to be upgraded to meet that standard. So I would suspect that the bollard lighting, the rock, those sort of things are additional things that come as part of the progression of the development. But the closeout report outlines what was spent, what was earned, or where the money come from, and we believe that we're given a report that gives council an indication on the project as a whole.
And when we do closeout reports, then we will include a section on schedule.
more than happy to say that this project was delayed.
Yes, I'm not, as I said, we don't have to specify the reasons in this case.
Yep.
In other cases, if it's not confidential, we may specify the reasons. Could be force majeure events, for instance. It could be something else, you know, they're perfectly able to be specified, but I think,
COVID.
but when we ask for the closeout reports, we have talked about final cost against budget and schedule. So,
what you're looking for, councillor, is an inclusion of schedule
yes, yeah.
within the closeout.
Yeah. And I think with the greatest respect, we did that with the fitness setup. We did actually talk about schedule in that report. So we've done it before.
Yeah,
All
I could. The
subject to those comments.
The two reports were
subject
mirrored
to,
off each other.
yeah, subject to those, Madam Mayor, I'm happy with 2 and 3, and I've already talked about 1, even though it's been passed.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also add that if we're talking about closing reports, the 3 things a project manager can control: the cost, quality, schedule, and you may as well put quality in there as well to be complete in a report. Items 2 and 3 are simply there because if we chose as a council to not pay the 711 contributions to ourselves, we'd be treating this DA quite differently from any other DA. And so we chose to do that, which meant there was a deficit on the overrun of $18,000. And this is simply a way of repaying that to the land bank. Perhaps it's a little bit clumsy, but what it means is that it means a council DA is the same as any DA put in by any particular person. I think that's very appropriate.
Councillor Donald.
Mayor, I think I strongly support the comments of both previous councillors, particularly the comment about quality. I would just ask, maybe putting on notice that there's a little bit of clarification of this new magic piggy bank we've got called the rental income from the independent living units, which was mentioned in a previous long-term financial thing we just did. There was just a little bit of lack of clarity there, and now we're spending some more of it over here, another 18,000. So could I just ask at another time just some clarification on those 2 things about the amount of allocation of rental from the independent living units, please? Not now.
So, but through the chair, just in terms of clarity, the 2 and 3 approve the transfer from the land bank.
Correct.
And 3 is pay the land bank back through rental income from the units.
I have no problem with that, but in the previous,
Sorry, I don't understand the comment.
in the previous business item,
Yeah, I understand.
there was some lack of clarity as to what the actual rental income was of the independent living units. Now we have allocated another set of funds from the income of the independent living units. That means, if you want me to expand it, is that the $109,000 that was allocated before was either 109,000 minus 18 or 109,000 plus this 18. So that was, in fact, it was 137. I didn't want to go to the detail. I'd just like some clarification on the income and allocation, please. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, just the home warranty insurance. I can't see why we're paying it as a variation when it should have been factored in the contract.
Through the chair, it was something that was missed in the contract.
I'm sorry, but having just filled the DA out recently, I'd approved that I had that insurance before we could move, and the builder had to provide it. How did we miss it on our own? What's saying, surely to goodness.
Residential versus
And I know Damien wasn't there at the time, but what's her name was, what was the filling name? Anyway,
Shane Wilson.
no, it wasn't Shane Wilson.
Bruce.
Bruce,
Oh, Bruce.
surely to goodness, it's a function of council that. Did we go through all the way uninsured, or when did he pay the insurance?
No, it was paid at the time. Didn't it?
Home warranty insurance is an option for the principal to take it out for the builder on any contract.
Yep.
So if the builder didn't offer it, then the Oberon council had to take it out.
That's
Sorry,
correct.
not a method. There is an option one way.
And through the chair, it was
Through the
paid,
chair, it was mixed.
through the chair, it was paid prior to the issue of the construction.
Anyway, I just, and with the slab concrete, did Robin White not state that that was to be a H2? Like, she was our architect on the project, and she's pretty up with it. And additional to this 18,000 that we're short, is the carport sit on top of this then?
Through the chair, if you have a look at the carports to be finalised, it's in the closing report. It's in the report,
It's in here somewhere. Okay, I thought it was 50-something thousand dollars. Is that correct?
38,455.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Any further questions for councillors?
Sorry, Madam, I did miss a point at the end. I just wanted to reiterate with the director that this was a project that he walked into, one of his first experiences at council, but there's no reflection whatsoever on what the poor fellow has endured. It's just, as they say, someone has to hold the baby.
Through the chair, I've tried to protect the new director in this instance, and it is a council project that I believe has provided substantial benefit to our community moving forward.
Exactly.
It's acknowledged that there was an overrun of 18,000. The variations have shown that. Yes, there was some error in not providing the home warranty insurance.
Agreed.
This project is a great project, and there's a 1.3% overrun, and I believe the project will pay for itself in the long run multiple times.
Agreed.
Okay, councillors, is there any other comment here? No, I'm going to put the recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 98, councillors 1307, rural roads environmentally affected. The recommendation is that council note the information contained within this report as information. That council staff undertake an analysis of all issues associated with the environmentally affected roads as outlined in the report, and further provide a report to council utilising previous studies and analysis to provide ways of minimising these issues. Councillor McKibben, and a second to Councillor McCarthy, thank you. You wish to speak to this, Councillor McKibben?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I found this a very good report, and identifying these roads, I think, is excellent. I also, the table on page 99 to the comments made in the report, a good starting point, and obviously some of the photographs attaching to the report on page 105. One of the things I'm assuming, and through you, Madam Mayor, just a couple of clarifications to the Technical Services Director. I'm assuming that the road length kilometres identified in the table at the top of page 99 are those lengths of road that are the real problem areas. Is that the case?
No, yes, that's correct.
I'm also assuming that the estimated costs, which if you total all those up, come to about 9 million, is the cost of putting in the culverts as suggested, preparation and gravel per kilometre, plus the bitumen spray seal per kilometre for all those areas.
Yes.
For those lengths of the road. That's how I calculated it.
Yes, through the chair, that's the assumption.
Through you, Madam Mayor, with some of these roads, would just the insertion of culverts solve the majority of the problem without the necessity and some additional gravel, etc., solve the problem without having to go to the bitumen spray seal? And is that the further analysis that's going to be done under recommendation 2?
Through the chair, certainly the report has tried to rank the roads in
Yes.
most priority need. I would, as I would suggest in this report with regard to the granite type pavements, which are more highly erosive. With the other roads that aren't, further down the list, certainly it's of council's position, I suppose, to take a view on this, whether, you know, they see it as an important factor of putting bitumen down now. It's not, I suppose, necessarily prudent that you must. Certainly additional pipe culverts would assist. However, in the granite country, I would feel that bitumen seal would be the better outcome, undoubtedly.
So if I could, through Madam Mayor, roads such as Baldridge Road and Schumacher's Road, which I do travel a little bit, although they are on a clay base, part of the problem is that they become very slippery. And I'd argue that they are probably in as bad a state as some of the granite roads, just because they don't have a granite base, which sometimes is at least a gravel base. The clay is can be pretty diabolical, and it also gets the serrations in it, especially Baldridge Road. When you go down, it's like it's corrugation. It's a bit like as we talk about Kalula Road. I know that's not now Shire on that corner, but it's the serrations that occur. But I defer to your obviously expert opinion, but I just don't think, you know, we're not going to have 9 million available. So I think we've got to do some, and I know Councillor McCarthy proposed this, and I think I seconded it, and I fully support it, but we have to do a bit of rationalisation to say, what can we do? What's affordable? What is really going to make a difference? Is it necessary to actually bitumen all these areas at this stage? Or if we put good gravel on them with culverts, is that going to make a substantial impact anyway? That's a comment I'm making, because we don't know, we can't, unless we get a grant, we're not going to be able to find 9 million readily.
But the recommendation does
Yes.
say that
Yep.
utilising previous studies and analysis to provide ways which will encompass just what you've said.
That's right.
Will be forthcoming.
So on that basis, and I do commend this report. It's a good starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
You know, I thank Chris, the director, for the report. Just that the expectations of people are changing, and that they're expecting with the rate increases that they get a little bit better road pavement. So yeah, anyway, the report's good. The thing that we have to change is we get told when we go out to Shoemakers Road and places like that, Baldridge Road, that the gravel's no good. But what I witnessed or noticed, that our trucks, when we're heading out there, don't head out with good gravel. They go and get the gravel from the forestry pits or whatever. Where if we started out of the morning with good gravel that we have out the tip, or the truck's already full, we might be starting to achieve some better results. But anyway, I thank the director from the report.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one, Councillor Gibbons?
Yes, to the chair, it is a good report. I think there's different ways you could probably look at it, but you could probably consider stage 1 as piping the roads, and you'll see a major difference straight away, because there's a lot of these old roads that don't have the pipes, the water's running from the top of the road to the bottom, might be kilometre, blocking pipes. So if you get your pipes placed at the right increments, crown your road a bit. If you need to put some gravel in the table drains, it's not a big job, but all of a sudden you'll see how the road reacts to what you've done. And it may require gravelling and sealing, but you can do it in stages, the same as the kilometres. That's a good way of costing a job. And yes, well done.
Thank you, Councillor, for those comments. Any other comments here, councillors? I'm putting the recommendation. All in favour? 105, item 1308. Recommendation is that council note the report on council electricity procurement. That council note the alignment between the advice of this report and council's renewable energy plan, energy targets, and the New South Wales government's aspirations for net zero. that council contribute a minimum of 50% of council's electricity load to a renewable energy power purchase agreement where the pricing is lower than the existing contracted price, and that council advise Central New South Wales joint organisation of council's decision. A mover, please. Councillor McKibben and Councillor Jones. Councillor McKibben, you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I commend this. I think it's good environmentally. It's good for the council in that we are trying to achieve price savings from what is the existing contracted price. I think the JO has done a good job in this regard. And I think moving to 50% of renewable energy power, as I've just said, is what is desirable, and I think it shows we're on the front foot on this aspect. So I commend all 4 parts of the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Madam Mayor, as evidenced by questions from the public today, there's some strong feeling about unusual emotive feeling about sometimes economic issues. I support this. I recognise that there are hidden costs that in purchasing renewable energy, just as there are hidden costs in purchasing fossil generated energy. I think this is a really uncertain time. I know that this is a really uncertain time in the energy market. There is a lack of government leadership at the moment at the federal level. And that is why things are so uncertain, so unstable as to what the years are coming. And that worries me a little bit because this says a 7 to 10 year potential contract. And a likelihood of that, and there will be a lot of uncertainty in that time. I commend the relevant Minister of the New South Wales Government for trying to provide some certainty. It is not blind. The government provided certainty and direction for the development of the fossil fuel industry, and now they're rightly providing certainty and direction for the development of alternative industry. This is not easy. It will not be simple. But I think it is a move in the right direction, and I commend the council for entering into this if they choose to do so.
Councillor? Any other comments? Councillor Campbell?
I'm happy with the 50%. And we do, like Councillor Doney said, it's uncertain times, but I also remember the load shifting thing where industry was shut down. And as Councillor McKechnie probably knows, that if you shut it down for an hour, it just doesn't start back up again. So, and you can't run that on renewables. That's why we run on base load. So we can't afford to lose our manufacturing as well. But anyway, 50%, I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this one, Councillor? Putting the recommendation all in favour. Carried. Thank you. Page 110, councillors, item 1309. Tender for the traffic control services, 2-year contract, T2021-10. The recommendation is that council nominate the open tendering method as prescribed in accordance with clause 166 bracket A of the Local Government Regulation 2005 for the traffic control service Oberon for a period of 2 years. That at the conclusion of the tender period, a report for endorsement will be provided to the 2021 July Ordinary Council meeting of the suitably qualified company to be engaged. A mover, please. Mover, please. Councillor Capel and Councillor Cullen. Councillor Capel, do you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, with the amount of road work that's going on, the need for this service is increasing. It may only be a short-term increase in requirements. So first couple of lines of the comment is pertinent. On an as needs basis and subsequent to available internal staff resourcing. I think we need this service as a backup, and this is the right way to go about it.
Thank you. Councillor Kellam,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing further to add.
do you have any other comments on this one? Councillor Gibbon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm assuming that we're at our first point of call where we can, not on RMS roads, is to use our recently acquired or to be acquired traffic light system so that we can actually make sure it's fully utilised. Second comment is, does the JO or not enter into an overarching agreement for these services or similar?
Yeah,
And if so, have they got better rates than we're likely to get under an individual tender that we're going up to?
through the chair, that's certainly been something that's been discussed as a whole group. At the minute, independent or varying councils have independent tenders like such as this. There are differing opinions whether that would work. However, certainly from Oberon's perspective, I have put my hand up to participate in such a joint venture if one is to eventuate. But for the immediate short term, I think this is certainly of a view of trying to get better economies of scale going into some of these larger projects, certainly in 21-22.
If I could, Madam Mayor, how many companies are you aware of that actually provide this service? Because I seem to see one that seems to be pretty predominant in the councils around here.
Through the chair, there have been a couple of different companies have changed name or been bought out. There are two that I'm aware of in the central western sort of area. The rest are, I suppose, to the advantage of Oberon, probably more city or urban based. However, it does pose issues, I think, with regard to that group discussion about group procurement, in terms of how far some of these traffic companies may have to travel, which then obviously doesn't become as attractive as opposed to individual tendering agreements that they currently have. So there's some of the issues that are being discussed.
So again, do you think the open tendering method is the preferred method, or should we be going to a select EOI and a selective tender if we know the companies involved?
Look, through the chair, I think an open tendering method at the minute is really a good way to flesh them out. Obviously, the requirement for any traffic management is all the same. So it's just intriguing to, I suppose, know where individual companies are coming from, where they're located, as opposed to them, the enterprises that they actually supply.
All right, thank you. I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this, Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm going to vote against this. I think if there was more supervision from the project engineer, we would compact the time that we need this service. So that's my reason for voting against it.
Thank you. Any other comments here, Councillor Gibbon?
Just through the chair, I'm just wondering what's the reason for us is there a reason for us to try and train more and have more all-rounders in our own team, because they're here, they know the job, the ones that have been trained. We're talking about a lot of work on local roads here and not the state roads, but it's such a big saving. We know they come from Orange and they leave up there at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and they come down and they set the stuff up and they get home at 8 and 9 o'clock. I don't think there's anyone much closer, but I'm just on for, we consider trying to train our own local. So what blokes that do it are very good at it.
Through the chair, look, we certainly have a lot of our staff actually already trained. It's really there's additional resources. Whilst obviously machinery and labouring duties are an essential requirement of our jobs. A lot of these companies have a lot of employees, not necessarily always located in Orange. They are locally located through the Central West. The base offices may be at different locations such as Forbes or Orange, but we don't necessarily pay that premium or that travel premium all the same. And with regard to Transport for New South Wales, they are certainly requiring now to have, or going in the path of having pilot vehicles with traffic lights and physical traffic control on their jobs. So it's just one of those roads maintenance council contracts arrangements that Oberon and any other council that's in that type of arrangement with Transport for New South Wales will be compelled to undertake.
And the comment does say on an as-needs basis and subject to available internal staff.
That's
So,
right. Yeah.
Any other comments here, councillors? Putting the recommendation, all in favour? Against? Councillor McCarthy, motion's carried. 112 councillors, item 13.10. Stronger, oh, we've done that one, sorry.
No,
No, we haven't.
There's another one.
Just another one.
It's small money.
Apologies. 1310 councillor Stronger Country Communities Round 4 project prioritisation. There's a recommendation here that council prioritise a list of nominated projects and that council submit individual project applications to the Stronger Country Communities Fund R4 by 25th of June 2021. Can I have a mover, please? Oh, Councillor Capel and Councillor Donny.
You must be pretty big.
Okay, councillors, as much as I hate to say this, we need to go around the room.
So we're allowed to add another one in, aren't we?
Okay, if there's
Before we
any
go
that
around
needed
the
to be
room?
added, we need to do it now before we go
Okay.
around the room. Is there any to be added? Councillor McCarthy.
$50,000 for an extra shelter down at the common,
For an extra.
$50,000
extra shelter down at the common, similar to the ones that are there, over near the toilet block.
When you say shelter, is that a grandstand?
No,
Just a
picnic
shelter.
table.
picnic shelter
Just
with
picnic shelter.
with a barbecue. and-
Picnic shelter.
Yeah, we
okay.
don't take a barbecue. I told you.
I know, I did then.
Yeah.
Through the chair, just in terms of clarification, each of the two shelters that we placed at the common, I think they were 80 each with the barbecues and the.
I thought they were only 98 originally.
I don't know, I would have thought they were 80, I've just been.
80 each.
Yeah, they
I
were
thought
certainly,
that's what they were.
certainly a lot more than $50,000.
The one off the bottom of the car park weren't that much. Remember we had to alter the seats because you couldn't get your legs in?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's why
of.
they were cheap.
No, they were, I'm sure they were. Anyway, I thought they were only about
Well, councillors, I think for
Anyway.
we don't want to be under.
Oh,
estimating.
It mightn't get up if we do.
Well, it may not, but if we're going to seriously put that in there, it needs to have a reasonably accurate costing against it.
Well, I thought I had it, sorry. I thought they were.
Oh, hang on,
Sorry.
everybody.
I'm just asking a question.
So 80,000? Are we assuming?
If councillor McCarthy's done the calculation.
No, I haven't,
then-
but I thought those other ones were something about 98,000 for the two. And that was at the end of the car park. Two over there, Scott, what's name was he? So maybe it's got to be 75,000 or something. Scott Rawlinson was here at the time.
Let's go with 75.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did ask the grants coordinator today whether in fact the mountain bike stage 2 would be able to come under female participation in sport. And I think she was making some inquiries in relation to that because I do assume we have some female mountain bikers. So I would think at this stage that we may get the mountain bike track stage 2 under female participation. That's my understanding. Is that correct, General Manager? That inquiries are being made to confirm that that's the case.
That is, however, where in my conversations with the grants officer, it was, we'll talk to the funding authority, but we seem to think there was a good potential for this.
We have female mountain bikers. Yeah, you know a few. That means we get, because we're more likely to get it if we have 50% of the request
Agreed.
as female participation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, how is the mountain bike group attempting to verify they have more than 50% participation?
This is us.
Well,
No, it doesn't have to have 50%, it has to have female participation. But
50% of the money
Money,
is
okay.
for female representation in sport, not 50% of each project.
No, I'm not confused. I'm just asking, how is that application going to verify that claim?
Right.
Because I draw your attention to the walking track at O'Connell, when the majority of the people who use that walking track are women. But I have they are not an organisation.
My only comment in this regard is that the comments that seem to be in the the rationale behind lodging were women in sport. And as Councillor McKibben has highlighted, is that one, the sport is not precluded to one individual sex, but equally the sport. If council's resolved to do a walking track at O'Connell, it's up to them to then say that's what we want to do with the money.
Just looking for the grounds on which the claim is made because it's relevant to.
Well, it will, I would imagine, through the grants officer, it will have to be validated.
Absolutely.
It would have to be validated when the grant was submitted, I would imagine. I mean, these criteria are fairly stringent.
Excuse me, Matt, but I think there may be a slight misconception here. It's female participation in sport. It doesn't say, have to say the activity has to be majority female attended or has to be solely female attended. All it says, it has to encourage female. No, the 50% is related to the grant. So if we ask for 678,000, then 50% of that amount should be in the funding stream, female participation in sport. It's not, you don't have to have 50% of the participants in the sport female. You have to encourage female participation in sport. So by upgrading the track, right. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope I've clarified that.
Thank you. I thought I had done.
Well, I
just said it was.
He was.
Have you got something more
What I
to
was
say?
trying to
No, Madam Mayor, I'm ready to vote.
You're ready to vote. Is anybody else? Councillor Gibbons.
Yes, I have a quote for $40,000 for heating in the Black Springs Hall. The females feel the cold more than men. I think if it's possible, we link.
So is that female?
sorry.
So why don't you have a yoga class? Then we can have a female participation in the hall for the yoga class.
Okay, councillors, let's get this
And I'm
done.
hoping that could possibly align with the acoustics and, yeah, so it's about $40,000.
And it's for heating in the Black Springs.
Well, it has to go hand in hand. For
Excuse
one
me,
reason.
councillors.
Can I just
Yeah, come through the mayor though,
say
please.
through the mayor that if the acoustics happen to get up tonight, it'd be ideal to have the heating go up at the same time. Otherwise, you're cutting into the acoustics or you're trying to put something on the heaters to stand outside because outside the acoustics. So I'm hoping that we may be able to consider that. There's a number of reasons, but I can go through that later, I guess.
Is it gas or electric?
Well, $20,000 of that would be three-phase power to the hall. Electric. I think that's a better way to go instead of have those gas bottles out in the dark and you can't get the key from they're out of gas. But anyhow, I can further elaborate on that.
Councillor McCarthy.
This might get knocked out, but I'd like to see $200,000 put in there for tennis courts and basketball court, multi-court at the O'Connell Rec Ground. I was unable to find out exact quote, but anyway, you can knock it straight out if you want.
Councillor Benjamin.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I was just going to ask this 40,000 for heating. Who pays the running costs or the electricity for the heating when it's installed?
It would be council.
And do we have a value as to how much it's going to cost per year?
Yes, it could cost $6 an hour, but I think whoever hires a hall could pay for that $6. If it was a private function, yes, that's how it should work, unless somebody else has been agreed to.
We note currently that no community group is paying rent on that hall. The rent pays rent when they use the hall. Currently, we have actually earned no income from the hall in the last year.
Through the chair, that is correct. Neither is the rugby league football ground or the soccer ground or heaps of other places around here that the council covers. I just feel that for this hall to be up and running purposefully, it's the centre of our community again, the centre of our shire. It's a hub that can be there for if it's needed. for different reasons. And we have a few new young people moving into Black Springs who want to get involved with our association. We've already had a new toilet, new kitchen, sewer parking area, plumbing and guttering. We need the heating and the acoustic boards. And I think Black Springs has been very well looked after.
And you got a
Okay.
tree.
And we got a tree over there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Are there any other projects? Before we go through this list, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the golf club 11. We have 11 projects to vote on. The golf club are applying. If they're applying in conjunction with council, they will apply independently if we don't pick that in our list this evening, is what I understand.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
in the conversations being held with the golf club, they'd really like to partner with council, given the council is the owner of the land. However, they did indicate that if council weren't going to support their application, they would do it individually as a community, which could have an impact on the bottom line of the money that goes through the.
Question of information for me. Is the golf club entitled to apply under the Crown Reserve? Other bit that.
They would be entitled to
yes.
apply, to
so
apply
they've got
under
back a shot at
alternate funding streams, yes. Okay, councillors. Yes, councillor.
Sorry, you've just mentioned the golf club thing. So the project's estimated to cost 50,000. So if you're asking partnering with us, does that mean we apply
Means
for
we apply.
25?
No, we apply for the
We
50.
apply.
The partner is using, if
Council
we're looking
support.
after 781,000, 50,000 of that.
Becomes our
becomes
project.
part of that, yeah. But
Councillor
it fits
Kelly,
within the women's, it directly fits within the women's sport.
you ready?
Yeah.
Councillor
Let's
Kelly.
go. What was the value of the golf club?
50,000.
Little block at O'Connell. That'll, make a great change down there and it will take a bit of pressure off the other funding streams. The off-leash dog park, so although it's not sport, it's a general recreation area, we'll encourage people out there. The mountain bike. And the golf club.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Donny.
Toilet block at O'Connell. Pedestrian path. Off leaf. Dog doodle thing. I'm not sure if I still got room for the mountain bike.
Yep.
20.
About 360 at this point in time. The mountain bike would spend.
Then, I'd go Reef Reserve. What's on your left? Next, I go the red round.
6, 7. The mark was a bit under.
Oh, I'll use something like that. Thank you.
You're
23.
4. Yeah, 50, 60.
Yeah, I'll go with the reef. Well, the shower.
Councillor Becky.
I'll go with the picnic tables and facilities at the rec room. The picnic tables and facilities at the common. This Clive with Councillor McCarthy, right? Added to
Oh,
this.
yeah.
The golf club. Toilet, full course toilet. The off-leash dog park. Toilet block at O'Connell Recreation Ground. The toilet shower block at the reserve. We'll go there, Jim.
There you were short on the other one, you're over on this one.
Councillor Cullen.
Toilet block up at the reserve. Tennis court and basketball court down at O'Connell. I'll speak against the O'Connell toilet in respect that toilets are identified to be in the hall, aren't they, by the plan? So this is out of the kilter of what we've been presented with. Number 3 is the additional barbecue area down the common. And number 4 is the acoustic panels out of Black Springs.
Toilet shower block at the reef. Toilet block at O'Connell. Off-leash dog park. The McCarthy barbecue. The common. Mountain bike track. How am I going?
675.
The golf club.
Getting close.
Happy with that? Councillor Gibbon.
So Matt, toilet and shower block at the reef. Toilet block at O'Connell Rec Ground and cricket next. But on the basis that it's located and able to be incorporated into a clubhouse in the future. Natural pedestrian path at O'Connell. The mountain bike track stage 2. Acoustic panels at Black Springs. Picnic table, shelters and barbecue facilities at the rec ground, and I think I'm 27,000 under, which I would put towards the Oberon Golf Club toilet.
Before you went to after the acoustic panels, you went to
Picnic tables at the rec ground.
What'd you say, the golf club?
Yep.
Councillor Gibbons.
Now the acoustic panels, Black Springs. Heading Black Springs Hall 2. Development off leash dog park 3. The reef, toilets, golf club. I better go for the toilet amenities at Black Springs Rec Ground. How are we going?
We got 200,000 council.
Got the roof block yet? Or the mountain bike. We've got a bit to go.
100.
How much was one at the park, the common? So that'll be close enough.
The toilet shop at the reef. Toilet block at O'Connell. Pedestrian path at O'Connell. Off-leash dog area. acoustic panels. Mountain bike. Sorry. How much have I got left?
60.
60. Going a little bit over here, picnic tables at the rec ground.
I finished my quota.
Oh, yes, you need. No, you didn't. But you did.
How much do I have left?
You had 204.
So 50,000
50, yeah.
and 103. And is the 75,000.
You got about 150.
I'll put the acoustic panels in there. And the picnic tables. At the rec ground.
So councillors, I think that the clear winner is the toilet and shower block at the roof. So I put 200 in as the first one. So the next one would be toilet block at O'Connell, together with the Oberon off-leash dog area, together with the mountain bike stage 2. Sorry, councillors, I'm just trying. The fives. You have the acoustic panels. You have the tables at the rec ground. You have the golf club. That would move you into the fours. Just do a quick calculation, councillors, give me a second. You needed to spend 781, and in the current situation, you've got 794. So this sort of, well, now I need to, because that would keep us at the fives. The fives are the picnic tables at the rec ground, the acoustic panels, and the golf club. So those three projects are all on the same, and in order to get the 780, I think you're going to have to prioritise those three, and the final one you'll have to reduce by 10,000. So given that the picnic tables at the Oberon rec ground were 91, would you be willing to drop that back to 81 and deliver those projects? And we maybe not.
I think that's reasonable. Does anyone think that's not reasonable? Okay, we'll do that.
So the mountain bike is 103,410, Chandler, sorry. These are the acoustic panels of the Black Springs Hall. The Oberon Golf Club will be 50. Call it 50. If you just give me a second, Shazza, I'll get it wrong.
So, Madam Mayor, if in undertaking these projects, our project management happened to be absolutely excellent and we got a saving on these projects, do we need to have a project in waiting on the basis that there could be an underspend on some of these? So we have had underspends on projects before, noting that probably the first priority will be if the picnic table, shelves and barbecue at the rec ground are more than 80,000, obviously that would get the first priority. Do we need to nominate a reserve project in case there's an underspend? I'm not sure how this grants, but
So,
I'm just asking a question.
so firstly, these are now the priority projects that council has nominated to spend $781,000 of that fund.
Yes.
We will now send that off to our local member, who together with all the other community projects that might lodge under this application are forwarded to. Then they make the decision based on his recommendations.
But we get the 781, whatever, don't we?
The Oberon LGA gets the 780.
Right. Okay.
We are just saying that we want to be able to spend that money on those projects and council manage them.
But if another organisation puts in a application and it gets prioritised above ours, that's how it works.
Okay, we're not certain another organisation will.
I'm pretty certain there are other organisations. that
I
will.
would suspect that they would.
Right, okay, fine. So we don't need a project
I
in
don't
reserve.
think so.
Okay.
Okay, councillors.
However, in saying that, if council were successful to get all those projects, they generally do it under the 1D. And for unders and overs to be met through to try and get the projects that you are, it's easier to do with that way rather than individual projects.
Okay, but if we had an extra project in there, even if we named it, not allocating an amount, and we were under, we could then spend it on that project. If we don't have that project in there, you don't have that opportunity.
Well, you've only got so much you can allocate.
Okay, all right.
And we have cut back the picnic tables at the recreation ground. Should that occur, should we be lucky enough to get all of that?
We would be looking at spending it on the picnic tables and shelters.
Okay, councillors.
Follow through question with your indulgence. And they're just taking Councillor McCarthy's point and also another reference. And in light of my vote as well, the toilet block at O'Connell Recreation Ground, I thought Councillor McCarthy's point that if it, I don't know if there's any mechanism for, you know, when does this money have to be spent? Can it be partnered with other monies? Because obvious the idea, you know, the ambition is, as you've seen in the concept plan, is to put a community hall on that space.
I think that this would need to be completed long before we got to the stage of
Building a community hall.
It certainly will be finite. There'll be a time. Okay, councillors, I'm going to put this resolution, unless there's something absolutely vital. No, I'm going to put this resolution as it sits on the screen, that council prioritise the list of nominated projects as follows: toilet and shower block at the Reef Reserve, toilet block at O'Connell Recreation Ground and cricket nets, Oberon off-leash dog park, mountain bike stage 2, acoustic panels, Black Spring Hall, Oberon Golf Club toilet, picnic table, shelters and barbecue at the Oberon Recreation Ground, and that council submit individual project applications to the Stronger Country Communities Fund R4 by 25th of June 2021. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Page 115, item 1311, review of determination DA 10.2020.70.1, industrial storage building 8 Endeavour Street, Oberon. There's a recommendation there, councillors, that pursuant of section 8.2 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, review application number 10.2020.70.1 for an industrial storage shed located on lot 10 in DP 749692, being known as 8 Endeavour Street, Oberon, be supported, in part subject to the modified conditions contained within this report and for the following reasons. A, the proposed section 8.2 review and associated modifications to the original development consent are considered to be substantially the same development, thereby satisfying the requirements of section 8.3 bracket B of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. B, the proposed modifications to the original development consent comply with the requirements of the applicable environmental planning instruments and Oberon Development Control Plan 2001. C, the proposed modifications to the original development consent are considered satisfactory in terms of the matters identified in section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. 2, that the developer contributions of $13,174.82 for section 64 water and sewer headworks be refunded to the applicant. 3, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. A mover, please. Councillor Doney, thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Kellum, thank you. Councillor Doney, would you?
Perhaps just a couple of quick questions, Madam Mayor. The request to remove the water and sewer headworks charge is based on the fact that the new piece of land and the new shed was not going to have a toilet in it, and there was seen deemed that the existing facilities were satisfactory. Through you. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Day, that's correct. Also, the owner consolidated the lots as well, so they became one lot. Therefore, the toilet that was existing on the other lot that became part of the bigger lot achieved the requirements. Therefore, additional charges were not required.
My other question was it says on page 116, says that the building is to be used as a storage shed and is not to be altered or adapted for another use without the prior consent of council. The applicant says that we at the top of the page we propose to use the old and extend it and have a shed that cuts metal by way of laser cutting. So we're confident that the approved activities such as laser cutting will occur in the existing shed, and the new addition shed that we're going to use for storage won't undertake a change of use by stealth.
Through the chair, Councillor Downey, it would require a change of use
application.
Yes.
Should the application be made.
Correct, yes.
And forgive me, can you tell me why or how was it that there was no record whatsoever of any development application fees being paid on this?
Through the chair, we'll search through council records, didn't highlight any previous payments. So,
thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all.
Councillor Kellum.
it's a bit of canny amalgamation of property, and I think it's perfectly legitimate. It's saving $13,000.
Councillor, any other comments, councillors?
Yes, Madam Mayor, what I couldn't understand is in my time, this was a truck wash. So they've used the existing shed and extended on it. But a requirement of council at the time was that the truck wash be drained to the sewer. So there should have been plans there or something from the DA or money paid. If this is a requirement of council at the time, there should be some note on the file that, you know, we shouldn't pin the applicant because anyway. If you get what I mean, like, according to Dick O'Donnell, who was Conagra Fate owner, the council made him put the truck wash overrun into the sewer. So if that was a requirement of council at the time, there should be something on file, really.
Through the chair, that's a trade waste issue. That's not a development consent issue. The truck depot or the site could have been an existing new site. That doesn't change the need to have to report your trade waste to sewer.
Anyway, I'm not going to argue with you at the minute.
Any other comments here, councillors? Recommendation, all in favour? Carried, thank you.
You could say it in the news.
Councillor McKechnie is now leaving the room and we are considering item 1312, page 129. The recommendation is that council vary part C6(4) carports and garages of its current DCP 2001 associated to development application 102021.31.1 for construction of 2 sheds at lot 1 in DP 837451, being known as 4A Carrington Street, Oberon, and approve the development in accordance with the conditions outlined in the report. That a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. A mover, please. Councillor McKibben. Seconder, please. Councillor Kellam, thank you. Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I've read through all the paperwork attached to the recommendation. It appears that this is obviously a large lot, 800 metres squared. Sorry, the lot is 2,643 metres squared, which is 3 times the lot size. And the shed's going to, the total sheds on the area will take up basically 4.2% of the land area. And if looking at the diagram of where the shed's to be located, on page 130, and then further on very small area that these sheds are being taken up. We note the neighbours' comments. We note the statement of use, which does not say it's going to be used as a bird ovary. I think the applicants dealt with the storm water that it's going to go into the existing sump. And the size of these structures, we're not getting the total lot size, I don't believe, is particularly big, especially when they're right at the back of the lot. So overall, I think I'd support the recommendations of the Health and Building Surveyor, Claire Davison. So I'm pleased to move this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelly.
I agree with Councillor McKibben. Any compliance issues regarding becoming a commercial aviary? I'm sure that there will be neighbours who will notify council if that becomes the case, and we can deal with that as a compliance issue.
Any other comments here, councillors? Recommendation, all in favour? Carried. Thank you. Mr. McKechnie has re-entered the chamber. Councillors, page 142, item 1313, development application 102021.35.1, shed with storage mezzanine, 31 Springfield Street, Oberon. The recommendation is that council vary part C55 building height plan of its current DCP 2001 associated to the development application 102021.35.1 for construction of a shed with storage mezzanine at lot 11 in DP 1243434, being known as 31 Springfield Street, Oberon. 2, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. Do I have a mover? Councillor Gibbons and Councillor Craig. Thank you. Councillor Gibbons, do you wish to speak to this?
Fairly happy with it, complies.
April?
me, yes, looks pretty straightforward to me. I don't have any issues with it. I'm happy to go along with the recommendation.
Any other comments for this one, councillors?
The only comment I had is page 146. I wasn't sure what the storage of garden implants are. What are garden implants? I just had to read.
Implements, I would imagine that should read.
Oh, okay. I thought it was some new biological ones.
Councillor, any other comments? Councillor McCarthy.
Coming back to these sheds all the time, it just goes to show that we need to have a planning meeting like we requested before and make it the main building to come under these controls and the auxiliary buildings don't under this 45 decibel area. We have to move on this.
Sure, this can be addressed with our new planning suite of documents as well.
Been asked for a long time to review it.
Thank you, councillor. Any other comments here? I'll put the recommendation on the back. Very good. 147, councillors, 1314, return of water cards. The recommendation is that council void all outstanding bonds on cards that have not been returned from the Drought Assistance Initiative. That council introduce a new process for the purchase of water from the potable and non-potable standpipes as outlined in the report. That council implement a maximum allocation of 5,000 litres of water per fill for each non-potable water station at Black Springs and O'Connell for non-emergency service-based customers.
Can I ask that one and two be dealt with together, but that three be dealt with separately? Is that a minute?
1 and 2. And do we have a second for that, councillors? Councillor Kelly. All in favour? Item the recommendation 1 and 2 that council void all outstanding bonds on cards that have not been returned from the Drought Assistance Initiative. That council introduce a new process for the purchase of water from the potable and non-potable standpipes as outlined in the report. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Kellam and Councillor McKibben. Councillor Kellam, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is the end of a process where we recovered a pretty fair percentage of the water cards, and the remaining ones haven't been returned, and therefore we're voiding the bond. It does leave us with a liability for that water at some stage. People will have the opportunity to get that water at the original price, which can be a significant opportunity cost to us. But it's as good as the process is going to be, so I'm quite happy with the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with exactly with what the Deputy Mayor has said in relation to that, and I'm pleased to second recommendations 1 and 2.
Thank you. Any further comment on recommendations 1 and 2, councillors? I'll put the recommendations on in favour. 1 and 2 are carried. Item 3, council implement a maximum allocation of 5,000 litres of water per fill for each non-potable water station at Black Springs and O'Connell for non-emergency service-based customers. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Capel and a second to Councillor Kellam. Councillor Capel, do you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. 5,000 litres does seem like a small amount of water to put to make a maximum amount of from those stations. But the amount of water, in practicality, the amount of water that's available there, I think this is the fairest way for it to be handled. And I'm sure if the time comes again where we're suffering from drought like we did in the last 12 months, we can revisit this decision, and I'm sure that we'll make it a change then. I can't imagine that there would be very much demand at all for fillings of up to 5,000 litres really, but certainly none more than 5,000 at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kellam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with what Councillor Cagle has said. I would also like to add that I think that we need to consider as a council whether to provide enhanced water storage. because there's only a single tank at both locations. And both bores are not particularly productive. So filling up the tanks takes a significant amount of time. So I think we just need to increase the amount of tank storage up there at both locations.
Noted comment, Councillor. Any other comments on this one, Councillor Kibben?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against this recommendation, and it's basically on economic grounds. Now, I do take the point that at the moment, no one is likely to necessarily require the water. However, as with Oberon dam levels, a lot of farm dams are still rather depleted. I think Oberon dams at 45% at the moment, 45, 46%, and a lot of farm dams are similar. They haven't replenished at the rate one would have expected. From an economic point of view, if someone is bringing in water, normally the truck and trailers take about 26,000 litres, and a rigid truck would take 12 to 13,000 litres. I agree with Councillor Kellam that we have to look at increasing the storage probably at both facilities, but to take anything less than that when you're engaging a contractor is not economical. It's not economical to fill a truck that can take 12 or 13,000 with 5, and nor is it viable if the truck can take 26,000 litres. Now, I appreciate that there may not be a demand now, but do we really want to have to go back every time we get a drought effect, or we have a landholder who has a shortage of water, is prepared to pay the regular price for water, who wants 26,000 because it's economical to use a truck to get that amount, to fill a tank for his troughing system or similar, to not be able to do so because we've limited it to 5,000 litres. I just think that that has to be taken into account. Now, I realise that I think, I may be wrong, the facility at, for instance, Black Springs, I think its maximum is about 25,000. So I think that's what the tank holds. So yes, if a tanker goes there, it will deplete it, but over the next day, it will fill back up. So that's my concern with this resolution. There may be an individual landholder that we're charging them the full amount, we're not having the subsidised amount, but it's not economical for them to send a truck that only takes 5,000 litres. Just the transport cost.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comment before I go back to Councillor Kellam for a right of reply?
I'm prepared to put an amendment.
Madam Mayor, I think that 5,000 litres doesn't present a great difficulty. It's per fill. That means you have to take the card out and put it back in.
Well, I'm not sure if that's what the intent of this is. I think the intent is per truckload, isn't it? Even if it says that. What is the intent?
Through the chair, the intent is based on anecdotal evidence that's come in over the counter to say we've had to wait before someone's depleted the tank. Equally, there's only a certain amount of water that we can in fact draw upon under our license conditions. So it has a bit of a double-edged sword when you have someone who comes and takes a lot. So if council's not of a mind to limit the fill, I take the point. To be honest with you, if someone was there by themselves and they went swipe 5,000 and then they got out of the truck and went swipe 5,000 again, they could do it. The intention is if there was more than one person lined up to get water, if you go 5,000, you go and jump in the back of the line until you fill up. But it's only anecdotal. Like, when we were finalising these reports, the question that come back to me from the administration who are front of house dealing with this was that was the issue that they had. we thought that that could have been a way to minimise that angst.
Councillor Gibbons?
Yeah, I agree that we need more storage there, whether it's another tank or we've got a great rain catchment there and a lot of shed area from the fire brigade. Why can't that be turned in there as well? It's not worth coming 5,000 litres for someone that's travelling 30 k's. I just think we got to look at another storage next to it and probably harvest some water at the same time. That's not impossible.
It'd be rather difficult from O'Connell.
Oh, well, I'm talking about
Until we get the
springs next to the fire.
Till we get the new.
Potentially, yeah.
Toilet block.
Okay, councillor, yeah, I believe so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've got to remember when we talk about fire brigade sheds that they collect their water, they collect their own water, and they won't want people digging into that because that is a very, very high priority to have full tanks at the fire brigade. So that one's out.
Through the chair, I'm just talking about overflow water.
I think that the number of people, and we're talking about current state of affairs, and as I said before, if we do come into a drought situation again, we'll probably go back somewhere along the line to where we were last year, where we're subsidising water out of the standpipe here, or whatever. That's a decision that the council can make at the time. But at the moment, most people who go to those tanks are filling them up, and I'd say probably very, very nearly 100% of the people going there are filling them up into those square 1,000 litre or whatever they are. And so I think this is not going to cause any serious difficulty whatsoever to anybody.
Okay, councillors. Councillor McKibben.
So if it's not causing any major problem at the moment, and there are no big users of water, i.e. getting 26 or 13,000, and everyone's just going with their square tanks, why do we need a limit of 5,000?
How many rights of reply do we get, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, councillor, I'm going to put the recommendation here. Number 3, the council implement a maximum allocation of 5,000 litres of water per fill for each non-potable water station at Black Springs and O'Connell for non-emergency service-based customers. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against. 3, the motion's carried. Get those names. Thank you,
What did you say, 5 plus 3?
Yeah,
Yes, we've only.
Correct. Sorry.
Page 149, item 1315, sewer treatment plant replacement project update. There is a recommendation there in 3 parts. The council received report 1315 for information. That council delegate authorisation for the general manager to complete negotiations and sign necessary document for a $3 million loan for the sewer treatment plant construction. That council proceed with the calling of open tenders for the detailed design and preparation of tender documentation to be ready to procure the Oberon sewage treatment plant replacement project. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Kellam, and a seconder. Councillor McCarthy. Sorry, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Kellam, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This project has finally got traction. Things are happening. We've got the authorisation for the 4,500 equivalent tenants. I think it's the term used now, rather than people. And that is what we believed all along we needed. And the state government agencies have fallen into line on that. At the moment, our secured funding is about $9.5 million. And that is a combination of grant funding and the commitment made by Oberon's council some 5 years ago. This looks like it's going to be about a $14 million project, and there are 2 lines of funding that are available from the bushfire recovery organisation and also from Building Better Regions. Now, that needs at this stage to be matched. So our act of good faith is to take arrange a line of credit, which is going to be a $3 million loan, which would be the amount of funding needed on a 50-50 basis to take us up to the figure for the entire sewage treatment plant. If other funding comes, that means we probably won't have to execute that loan, or we'll only have to execute part of it. Now, I understand from discussions with the general manager and the Gary Stiles is that the funding, the best funding line is with CBA, and that's even better than actually internal borrowing in terms of interest rates at the moment. So I think our funding outlook is pretty good. The $3 million is an authorisation to negotiate, and should we need it, it'll be there. And if other funding lines come through, we may not use it. I think that's a pretty good place to be in at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCarthy.
I think Councillor Callum said it all, and no need to go around chasing our tails. The project manager outlined everything today, and pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I obviously support this. However, I think would propose an amendment in recommendation 2, where it talks about a 3 million loan. I think it should be for the sewer fund. I think the words "for the sewer fund" should be after the loan.
Right. For the sewer fund, not the sewer treatment plant. Is that what you're saying? I'm not quite with you, Councillor.
Well, it's a loan by council, or is it a loan by the sewer fund? It's a loan for the sewer fund. We have a general fund, a sewer fund, and a water fund.
So through the chair, I think Councillor McKibben, and tell me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong, is trying to put where that funds will go and who will pay.
And who will pay it? That's right.
So if, in that instance, if you want the $3 million for the sewer treatment plant, paid for by the sewer, repaid by the sewer fund to add to that.
Well, it's not, it's interest and payments to be paid. So that's why I was saying a 3 million loan by the sewer fund.
No, it's council take the loan.
All right.
It's paid for by the sewer fund.
Paid for by the sewer fund, right,
Yes.
bracket, interest and principal, bracket.
I thought that was that's
Well, it doesn't actually say that.
We don't need that because we don't have any other choice.
All right, repaid, but I would
But
ask.
that's
for
where
those-
it would be.
All right, I think for clarity, because this goes on the public record, it should be, it should say that.
If this, what is CBA going to do? Are they going to lend $3 million for a sewage treatment plant, or $3 million to a sewage?
No, they will lend $3 million to council
That's right.
for a project. The way we pay it back, I think
Yeah, that's, and I'm happy with the rewording because I understand the
It
concept.
is purely what the council is trying to say, and we don't have a choice in this matter because of what it is. It instantly needs to go into that fund.
So repay.
okay. First of all, I need a seconder for this amendment, please. I don't have a seconder for the amendment. Why are you looking so puzzled, Councillor? Councillor McKechnie is the seconder for the amendment.
I'm looking perplexed, Madam Mayor, but because I thought it was just for clarification purposes of the amendment.
The wording's been changed of the,
Yes, that's what.
yes.
No, but you asked me why I was
Flag.
perplexed because I couldn't
Yeah.
understand why I wasn't getting a seconder for something that was, yeah. anyway.
Oh, right, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're looking selected at me. McKechnie. Councillor McKechnie, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Madam Mayor, it's generally for clarity purposes to the general public. It's a good thing to have in there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment on the amendment, councillors? I'm putting the amendment. All in favour? Carried. Councillor McCarthy? Yep. Amendment's carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Page 153, councillors, item 13, Oberon Common, new shade awning adventure playground. The recommendation is that council allocate the required additional funding of $22,550 ex GST from the already allocated Oberon Common Fund to offset the cost to construct individual concrete pad footings as a result of unexpectedly adverse rocky ground conditions. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capel and Councillor Gibbons. Councillor Capel, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While this is unfortunate and nobody ever likes having these sort of things happen, we've made a start on the project, and I think we have to face up to the fact that it's going to take more money than we anticipated to conclude it. So we just have to bite the bullet and do it.
Councillor Gibbons.
Yes, the chair, just another way to make it safe and happy with it. We have to go ahead with that.
Any other comments, Councillor Gibbons?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would have thought that when we did the original playground, at some stage we would have done some geotech investigations of this area. Maybe they didn't go down deep enough. And to talk about encountering basalt rock in the Oberon environment, in a hole that requires is not an unusual circumstance, and I thought should have been anticipated when we went out for our RFT for this. Similarly with water, having had to dig a lot of holes, I've always encountered basalt rocks and I know how hard they can be, and similarly water. I would have thought we should have ensured that there was that the tender. Well, I questioned, did they have a contingency in there? And did we say, and did they say in their tender that exclusions were rock at the time and water? And did we question them when we received their tender on this about those? And similarly, with the redesign of this, noting that just about every shade shelter I've seen start with the posts out like this and end up coming back like this, they move. Are we satisfied that the engineering specs for this with the revised footings will actually ensure that these posts remain in situ as constructed?
Through the chair, there's a couple of answers in that particular question.
Yes.
With relation to the ground conditions, yes, there was a contingency in their fee proposal for encountering adverse ground conditions. No, I can't comment on the original playground construction, other than yes, there is an excavation there. However, I suppose, yes, you're correct in saying below, I suppose a dam, which is upstream or just up above the actual playground. So again, it was never anticipated that we would ever get to the strength of rock that we've encountered in terms of actually having to try to bore these posts out. So that's, I suppose, the unfortunate nature, whilst almost, getting close to the depth that we require. Certainly we haven't been able to achieve that. In the offset of the pad footings, there is certainly a guarantee that they won't move once they're in situ in these particular concrete pads. I can assure you they will not move
For how many years?
for every day.
Right, now I'm still not, Madam Mayor, if I continue. So they had a contingency for site conditions, adverse site conditions. And how much was that?
It's really dependent on, there is an offset rate for adverse ground conditions. It is an hourly rate that they actually apply. Now, if you encounter the rock, that's when that's enacted. So it's just hard to know without.
But did they include a contingency within their contract price for rock?
No.
Or was it an exclusion to say if they hit rock, we have to pay additional?
Well, no.
What was the contract term?
So through the chair, certainly there was no anticipated need to be able to enact, I suppose, the actual contingency, because again, there was no geotechnical done. We never envisaged it, we'd actually hit rock. So at the depth that was required. That's the answer. It's simple. That it's just the unfortunate nature that we've come
Did
across.
their tender have an exclusion for rock?
Uh,
Did their contract we signed with them have an exclusion for rock or water?
No. Didn't.
So are you absolutely certain that there should be a variation or it should be within their contract price? That's the question I'm asking.
I'm absolutely certain this is a variation to the actual tendered price that was submitted.
General Manager, you've heard my concerns, and I don't know what, I haven't seen the contract terms, but if it's not a specific exclusion, then I would say it's within their existing contract price.
Through the chair, the director has indicated that in his opinion, it wasn't part of that, so that's why the report specifies.
Okay, we were just before if we approve this, I'm assuming that the contract will be reviewed to see what the term is in relation to rock and water.
Make that as noted.
Because often companies ask for variations when actually their contract already deals with it and it's not a specific exclusion.
Through the chair, I'm happy to supply that to councillors if they like.
I'm happy if you do your own review with the General Manager and satisfy yourselves. I'm just asking the question.
Thank you, councillor. Any other comments on this one, councillor? Councillor McCarthy?
The alternative pad on the document, do they envisage in that pad to the rock?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Well, there's a pad there.
Yep.
And do they envisage where they've struck rock? Are they gonna pin it back into the new footing?
Through the chair, no, it'll be an independent excavation, which will be 200 mil below the surface, but it'll be in its own unique cage and alike, so it won't be actually pinned physically into the rock. But it certainly will be structural integrity cages and alike for to ensure the actual poles don't move, as inferred to the question by Councillor McKibben.
Okay.
Any other questions here, councillors? I'm putting the recommendation all in favour. Very thank you. Page 162, councillor 1317, plant hire panel 2021-22 financial year T2021-3. Recommendation is that the 17 tendered and compliant submissions be adopted as the preferred pre-assessed contractor panel for the 2021-22 financial year. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Donley, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to this?
This is something the engineer's got to do, and we go endorse it.
Councillor Donley,
No, Madam Mayor, I'm happy with the report as it stands.
thank you. Any other comments on this one, councillors? I'm putting the recommendation all in favour. Thank you. Page 165, item 1318, tender T2021-10, fixing local roads project, contractor stabilisation and final grader trimming services. There's a recommendation in two parts. The council nominate the open tendering method as prescribed in accordance with clause 166(b) of the Local Government Regulation 2005 for the engagement of stabilising equipment services and final grader trimming services to assist the delivery of the Barriga Road upgrade in accordance with tender T2021-10. That council, upon completion of the mandatory 21-day tender period, assessment by a panel will provide a further informative report to council for successful tendering determination. A mover, please. Councillor McCarthy and Councillor McKibben. Councillor McCarthy, do you wish to speak to this one?
Pretty straightforward.
Councillor
Thank you.
McKibben.
No, it's certainly straightforward. Necessities described in detail, so I plead to second this.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? I'll put the recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 167, 1319. Development of a street tree master plan for Oberon. There's a recommendation in two parts that council proceed to engage the services Backman, Mossop and Michaels Proprietary Limited to provide landscape, architectural and urban design input to the Oberon street tree master plan. That council allocate the available funds from the town improvement program in the amount of $23,000 ex-GST to commence with the stage development of the Oberon street tree master plan. A mover, please. Councillor McKibben, a second please, Councillor Kelly. Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, we've looked at other towns, and in particular Orange, and this was the company that did the master plan for Orange, and has probably assisted in making Orange such a tourist destination. Obviously, as has been described, Oberon has very similar climatic conditions, probably a little colder in much of the year, and probably not quite as hot in summer. But the street master plan for Orange is certainly a very impressive document, and if we can get something for Oberon that is of a similar quality, albeit much smaller, because we have a much smaller city or town, sorry, and with fewer streets. Although it appears quite expensive at $23,000, I think it would be money well spent in actually having a plan that actually develops on what was our main street, Oberon Street plan, which was developed some 15 years ago. Can't remember how many years, but 1991, because that gives this council and future councils the opportunity to have a plan for the whole town area, which I think is going to be very important for our tourism industry, for the livability of the town, with global warming, etc., more shade for parking, and making us a much nicer aesthetic, a better aesthetic destination. Not to say that we're not aesthetic already, but to improve. And we have a great environment with the 4 seasons, which we promote with our signage and our tourism. And this will assist in actually enhancing the beautiful autumn colours we have and the nature in summer and spring. So I would commend it. I know it's an expenditure that's actually not physically planting trees or doing anything, but gives us a plan to work through. So I'm pleased to recommend this.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm sorry that Councillor Lyon is not here to hear this, because she's been very much involved with this as well.
I'm pleased to see that the particular project is starting to come to fruition. And I assume the $23,000 will come from the already allocated 300,000 for the common fund.
No, it's from the beautification, there's 66,000 sitting there for.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other comments, Councillor Doman?
Just for reference, Madam Mayor, it's terrific to see, wonderful. But when we go through with this, those who are managing it might just think if there's 66,000 sitting there, we might see if these guys what their price would be to have a look at Edith, Black Spring, so calm. Just a little bit of work on the side, a little extra on the side.
Any other comments, councillors? Yeah. Yes,
Oh, town improvement, sorry.
Councillor McCarthy.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I started off supporting this, and then I was unfortunate enough to have to go to Orange, and one of the things that in Orange, their trees are planted outside the curb on the road base. What you actually witness there is, as the trees get older, they lift and when I was there the other day, they had ducks swimming in the curb and gutter. And then the water goes back into the property. So I think in the past we've been doing a pretty good job ourselves, and I don't think we have the wide enough streets to have Orange's concept. So I'm going to vote against it.
Councillor Capel.
Good duck, great.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know that the plan will come up with the prescription that the trees be planted on the road, but an overall plan, I always like plans, and an overall plan for Oberon, I think will be a great benefit, will be a benefit for a fair while. As Councillor McKibben said, it does seem like a lot of money, but you've seen some of the jobs, and I'm quite familiar with the Bicentennial Park and Fitzroy Street Master Plan in Tamworth, and that is absolutely fantastic. That was a big bare patch of ground, that they developed there, and it didn't take very long for it to become a very popular place in Tamworth. So I commend the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments here, councillors? Putting the recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 179, item 1401, reports for information, monthly activity report, general manager. Recommendation is that the report item is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Claypool. Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to this report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Detailed report. Pleasing to see that the incidents have reduced substantially from April. I know their total employee equivalents are up to 89 from 81 in December 2020. I'm assuming that's fully utilised and good news. I also note that we won the most inspiring editorial at New South Wales Top Tourism Talent Awards on page 182, which is ended, and I think the Business and Tourism Officer should be commended for that, and all those that assisted with that. Going back to page 179, risk management. I'm glad that there's a section on where we are with this risk management processes. I take it Mr. Craig Hutley from JLT Marsh is the risk expert that's assisting us with our risk management policy. One of the things that I'm interested in is we're talking about the draft risk appetite statements. I would have thought as councillors, we should be also involved in assessing what our council should be, what appetite we should have for risk. So that's a question as to whether we're going to be involved in that process, because we as a council have to know, as councillors, have to determine what level of risk we are happy to have. I would have thought, like a board of directors in the company.
Through the chair, when this process was
We did.
first brought on, we're all encouraging councillors to come along to that, and that didn't happen.
Okay.
A number of councillors did
Some of us did.
turn up, and we've developed those
Okay,
statements on the back of that. In saying that, July, look out, because it'll come and give you an understanding of what we are talking about in terms of appetite, and council will then have another opportunity to see whether the people who were involved in our initial phase are on the right path.
Okay, that's good. I'm very pleased with that, and I look forward to July, because I have been waiting to see this. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to move this recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Claypool. Nothing. Any other comment, councillors?
Just a-
McCarthy.
It's not in your report, but where we have to progress out of the side office at the tip, as it's in the current budget, you said. So we've only got a couple of weeks to go in that financial year. So are we any closer to getting it fixed out? Or is it going to be carried over?
The planning and development director is looking after that piece of the pie, council.
Yeah.
If it's not developed by the end of the year, it'll be carried over into 2021, 22.
Okay, what sort of money are we carrying over to support it?
Through the chair, my understanding is the 60,000 that we allocated during the.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
That wasn't just for the fit out though, that was for additional stuff as well.
So that's enough for the septic, the solar panels to make the EFOS work,
Yeah, so that's what we're expecting, yes.
and just line the thing, no dog.
No, it didn't include that.
Thank you.
That's what the grant fund was for, but we're
Okay,
not doing that.
Any other comments on this one, councillors? Including the recommendation, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Page 186, 1402, monthly activity report, training and development. Recommendation is that the report item is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Donny and Councillor Keller. Thank you. Councillor Donny.
I just, one on the page 186, I always wonder when you see it where there was a shed that became a house. Am I in the right spot? No, forgive me, Madam Mayor, I read it somewhere and I thought it was there. Otherwise, no, I'm happy with that. If I find it, I'll bring it back.
Determinations, council,
Page 188.
alterations to existing.
That's it.
That's the bottom one.
Yeah, alterations to existing and convert garage to habitable rooms. That's what's the process of that?
Through the chair, that would be obviously bringing the shed up to a habitable space, so ensuring that it complies with the building code for a class 1A dwelling instead of a 10A structure being a shed.
Okay, all right, I'll ask.
I think 21, 27 was alterations to existing to convert the garage to habitable rooms, not a shed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a dual occupancy, it was just
That's right. That's
doing some internal relining and walling, I would suspect.
That was my confusion. Thank you. That's the only one.
Councillor Keller.
Just a question of the, through you to the planning director, the series of DAs that have been on public exhibition, do you expect any of those to come to council before the election?
Through the chair, possibly the only one may be the Harvey's Road Oberon. The others, I think, would, based on the assessment time, would continue over to new council.
Councillor, any other comments? Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noticed on page 190 that there are no current dog declarations, which I think is the first time for some period of time. The Marimba dogs at Quarter's Retreat, they have now, that matter's now passed over to the police. Have you had any update on what's happened there?
Through the chair, no, I've been waiting on the RSPCA representative to come back from holidays, and I've been chasing her and haven't heard back. So once I hear back, I'll have an update.
All right, thanks very much. Do we have a new animal control officer? Yeah.
Through the chair, not at this stage. No.
Any other comments here, councillors? Putting the recommendation all in favour. No, thank you. Page 191, 1403, monthly activity report, technical services. Recommendation is that the report is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gibbons, thank you. A seconder, Councillor McKibben. Councillor Gibbons, you wish to speak to this report?
No, Madam Mayor, I spoke with the Technical Services Department and had questions answered.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, a lot of work's being undertaken. I put a query in relation to, and I think it's raised in the, I could raise it under the status of council resolutions, as to what's happened in relation to both our potential quarry sites.
Through the chair, my understanding is the technical services managers still working in that particular space, waiting to hear back from one discussion toward Waters Retreat, and secondly, the other discussion out at Mount David area. I'm not quite sure where he is at the minute with regard to speaking with the owners there, but certainly has not been abandoned at this stage.
Okay, so because for a lot of the works out that in that direction, it would assist if we had reasonable quarries, as I think Councillor Gibbons has raised and Councillor McCarthy had raised before, especially if we've got to do work on Shoemaker's Baldridge Road, we're doing work on Burriga Road, Arkstone Road. So
yeah, through the chair, certainly those opportunities are being pursued. We recognise that, as long as the I suppose the outcomes are also the right space for council.
Quality financial, yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments, councillor McCarthy?
Just a clarification, on the Mozart Road on 191, how long do you think before we seal the works and we just put it up to scratch?
Through the chair, probably the earliest opportunity may be in spring, September or late September. I would be thinking that when the ambient air temperatures are at the right, so to speak, air temperatures. Yeah, to do the conceal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other issues here, councillors? I'm putting recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. Page 194, 1404, monthly activity report, corporate services. Recommendation is that the item is received as information. Could I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Capel and the second, Councillor McKibben. Wish to speak to this, Councillor Capel.
Detail, thank you, but a comprehensive report as always. Thank you. And, our councils might note the election of a new youth mayor and deputy youth mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A very comprehensive report, and I know in relation to previous discussions that the table on 195 in relation to the balances on each of the town improvement allocations is interesting in light of our determinations previously.
Councillor, any other comments on this one, councillors? Recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. 1405, councillors, on page 201, statement of investments. The recommendation is that the council receive the report of information. Could I please have a mover? Councillor Kellum, thank you, and Councillor McKibben, thank you. Councillor Kellum, do you wish to speak to this?
Not in any detail, Madam Mayor. It's a very routine report.
Thank you. Councillor McKibben,
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. The report speaks for itself.
any other comments, councillors? I'm putting recommendation all in favour. Carried, thank you. Grants committee update 1406 on page 204. Recommendation is that the report item is received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McKibben, Councillor Capel. Councillor McKibben, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did send an email, and I haven't had a chance of checking my email before I came to the meeting. Halfway down page 205, noting a comment on the last page at 207, and the general manager or the director of planning may have an update, and we'll see in the email. I think the reference to 12th of March 2020 O'Connell Rec Ground Stage 1 Building Better Regions Fund 5 349,000 pending. I think that should be stage 2, not stage 1, because we've already got the funding for stage 1.
We have.
And that fits in with the what is stated the last paragraph on page 207.
Yeah.
I note that, and I know the grants coordinator has commented previously that the competition in the Ground Reserves Improvement Fund is very intense. There's only 17 million on offer. So it's highly, it's a bit like winning lotto if you get something out of it. It's very difficult. And applications seeking more than 30,000 require at least 3 quotes, meaning a lot of work's required as well. So that's interesting. So I think, you know, in applying for Crown Reserve Improvement Fund grants, we have to take that into account that we're probably very unlikely to get it. So apart from that, I think it's a detailed report, and I note that I don't think there are any applications during the last month. Is it anticipated that there will be more grant opportunities within this month and next month? Or is it sort of
Either grants or allocations?
Allocation, yeah. There'll be allocations from grant applications already submitted, but no more, not likely that there'll be more grant applications for, or?
You mean more money becoming available?
Yes.
who knows, I can take it on notice, but,
No, I'm just thought you might have something, you might know something that we don't know.
oh, no.
All right.
At 10 to 11 councillors, I know nothing more.
I'm happy to propose the recommendation this board be received as information.
Thank you. Councillor Claypool.
No.
Any other comments,
I,
councillors?
Donald Rumsfeld must come to mind.
I'm putting the
I know
recommendation,
something you don't
councillors,
actually
all in
know.
favour?
That's my
Carried,
hand up.
thank you.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry, councillor.
Sorry, that's
Can you
okay.
call out if I don't see you,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask a question, like, we were unsuccessful for Black Springs Reserve Toilet Shower Block. There was 150 there. Tonight we talked about 200,000. Is there any chance of the running it in again for this Crown Reserve Improvement Fund?
You can, but it's unlikely.
It's unlikely. It's unlikely.
Through
but-
the chair, what I can stress is how useful and beneficial our grants office has been. She's assistant councillor, she's doing a great deal of reports, and I have faith in every application that she puts in, to be perfectly honest. So these sort of things will filter through to those funds that we haven't been successful, that we have the detailed plans for, that we can run through that program again.
Because that was a recovery support. This one's called Improvement Fund.
Yeah.
So we now.
Well, that was forward. This is just the Crown Lands Fund.
So we're talking about a shower block. That'd mean hot water. Do we need a shower block there, and would that reduce the price? Or
We
not?
don't need next week. We'll have a look at those things, councillor.
So we might be able to get something up in this, whether we get it or not. Get it in there. Thank
We
you.
prioritise accordingly.
Thank you.
Councillor, I'm now putting the recommendation, all in favour, carried, thank you. Page 208, councillors, 1407, water and sewer plant report. The recommendation is that the report is received as information. Is there a mover, please? Councillor Kellam and Councillor Donny, thank you. Councillor Kellam, wish to speak to this recommendation.
No, nothing. No detail. Yeah.
Councillor Donny,
No, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just wish the dam numbers higher.
more rain next week. Any other comments, councillors? Putting the recommendation, all in favour, carried, thank you. Page 211, 1408, monthly update, status of council resolutions. Recommendation is that the report is received for information. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McKibben, and a second to Councillor Claypool. Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This provides a very good status of where we are with resolutions that have been passed by council. I commend that on a number of these, including on page 213 in relation to the Oberon Sports Complex, we now have a position of the DA. It's on public exhibition, and the exhibition closes 21st June 2021. So I assume subsequent to that, that the DA will be approved, subject to what comes out.
Forwarded to JRPP for consideration.
Oh,
is the
okay.
words.
Okay, so maybe we need to, so any anticipated date for approval?
Any word from the?
Page 215, we've dealt with the second last item about the quarries, so I don't need to go into that. So the Oberon Waste Depot facilities, that's the bottom item of 215, the Oberon Waste Depot. Is that in the PDD report, or is it a separate report? Monthly activity report.
It's in the PDD.
It was,
report, yeah.
was it?
Yeah,
I must have,
and
well, I did read something, but
it'll,
okay.
it'll come back to July.
Come back to July, I would have thought, yes. So maybe that needs amending to. That's everything I have. I'm happy to, oh, sorry, page 218, because I know councillor Donny will be very interested. Have the caps arrived and have they been installed by the community with a rubber hammer?
Through the chair, the caps have been purchased. And we're waiting on their arrival.
Oh, they haven't arrived, but they
They haven't
haven't purchased.
arrived. They've been purchased. Yes.
I can see that councillor Donny will have mallet in hand, ready to put them on.
Galvanised, successfully found. Galvanised.
You're galvanised or the caps are
Oh,
galvanised?
Are you finished, councillor?
I think that's all I have, Madam Mayor. The other, that's fine. I'm happy
Councillor
to.
Capel, any other comments here, councillor? Councillor Gibbons?
Page 221, just RFS and Island Brigade. Tenders in the process. There was never really thought in that tender to get the road sealed up to there, I guess, was there, or is that part of it? Because it's a steep road and the road caused a lot of trouble.
Going through the chair, it was an assessment undertaken by Transport New South Wales, and that's pretty much the outcome of what they deemed of the section of payment they wanted to undertake for now. So that's, yeah, all the information I have.
Yeah, no, it's just a bit of a shame being a road couldn't be sealed because it's a bit of a horror to get up there.
Any other comments here, councillors? I'm putting the recommendation. All in favour? Thank you. 1409, 225, business case land at 34 Glindia Avenue, Oberon. The recommendation is that the report item is received as information. A mover, please. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Kellum. Councillor McCarthy.
I know, it just gives us some options on what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kellum.
It does give us some options, but I understand there are some steps that need to be taken before that land can become available for redevelopment.
Through the chair, there's steps that need to be taken should you want to sell it.
Okay. Should you want to?
Sell the
Sell
land.
Any other comments, councillor?
So it's
Come back to
the
councillor.
understanding that if we develop it for a duplex, we don't have to go through that process. Okay.
Putting recommendation, councillors, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Page 231, 1410, Field to Forest Event Report 2021. The recommendation is that the report item is received as information. Could I have someone to move that way, please? Councillor Kellum, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor McKibben. Councillor Kellum, do you wish to speak to this?
Just briefly, this is the second year F2F has been on, and I think it's one of those things that will develop steadily over the next few years. Done well. Something popular with certain-
Thank you, Councillor McKibben.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's obviously a very worthwhile event, and I commend it. And obviously, we had our road open to Hampton and to Sydney, and it probably assist the event. But I fully support it, and I'm pleased to second this report.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillor? I'm putting recommendation, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Page 236, councillors. Item 15, there is no urgent business this evening. Page 236, item 16, closed session confidential reports. In accordance with the Local Government Act 1993 and the Local Government General Regulation 2005, in the opinion of the General Manager, the following business is of a kind as referred to in section 10A(2) of the Act and should be dealt with in a part of the meeting closed to the media and the public. I'd like to thank the members of the public for joining us on this evening's Zoom meeting. I now call for a councillor to move us into closed session, please. Councillor McKibben and a seconder. Councillor Paper, all in favour? Carried, thank you. I now request the minute secretary turn off the recording at 11 p.m. Open council resumed and recording recommenced at 11:55 p.m. The following resolutions were made in closed session. There are no members of the public present at this time. Item 1601, that in accordance with submissions for tender T2021/2, council accept the submitted price from Fulton Hogan Industries Proprietary Limited in the tendered amount of $1,316,975 for sprayed bituminous surfacing for the next 3-year period commencing July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2024. That the general manager or their nominated representative be provided the authority to execute the contract between Oberon Council and Fulton Hogan Industries Proprietary Limited. Item 1602. That council accept the tender T2021/06 submission from All Pavement Solutions Proprietary Limited in the amount of $517,000, $517,117.16 GST inclusive for the supply, delivery and laying of new asphalt road pavement on Oberon Street between Earl Street and Stratford Avenue. That the general manager or their nominated representative be provided the authority to execute the contract between Oberon Council and All Pavement Solutions Proprietary Limited. Item 1603, that council endorse the selection of Bitupave Limited trading as Boral Asphalt for supply and delivery of bitumen emulsion. That council formally advise the Central West New South Wales JO of its decision to participate in the Central West New South Wales JO group contract for the supply of emulsion for the period commencing June 1, 2021 to May 31, 2023 with an optional 12-month extension. Item 1604. That council maintain resolution 33171120 in relation to the water damage claim, and further discussion be undertaken with the proprietor by the general manager in accordance with the delegation provided by council. Item 1605, that council receive this report as information. The next ordinary meeting of Oberon Council will be held on Tuesday, July 20, 2021, commencing at 5:30 p.m. I declare the council meeting closed at 11:57. Good night.
Did Lynette